KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. This is 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station, an iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul questioning Dr. Anthony Fauci about the origins of the coronavirus. At the time, Fauci said COVID-19 came from a market in China. His diary suggests he actually thought it may have come from a testing lab nearby.
Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer, based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
The hearing going on that way, with Republicans asking questions and Fauci pleading the fifth. The Dow has plummeted today. Oil prices are back up as Iran launches a barrage of missiles at American forces stationed in Jordan. Federal Reserve policymakers are expected to keep interest rates steady at the conclusion of their July meeting this afternoon. However, most economists think they will raise rates at the next meeting in September. The Dow is down 820 points this hour. This is ABC News. New neighbors can always be a source of stress, but especially when they've got four legs and like to howl. ABC's Michelle Franzen has more on what's happening in Los Angeles.
Neighbors in West Hollywood are frustrated over a pack of coyotes now calling an unfinished condo site home. Resident Patty Fallon says after squatters were forced out, coyotes moved in.
They've been here for about 3-4 months. They hang out on a balcony. I'm a little jealous. They have a balcony. They have rent control, and they howl every night from 10 to 11.
Other neighbors say they're also concerned about the safety of pets and children. The city says it's aware of the coyotes and its policy is to prioritize a non-lethal management technique. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Imagine spending an entire day in the air. A Qantas passenger plane has just made the longest flight ever, just over 24 hours nonstop from Australia to France. The flight was a test ahead of plans to start up new nonstop routes from Australia to New York and London. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Heavy rain causing grief for anyone living near the Aspen Acres burn scar, and many of the people who just got back into their homes after being evacuated because of the wildfire now dealing with flooding. Roads are being washed out. There's a threat of being evacuated again because of it. Now, the rain is causing problems for Custer, Fremont, and Pueblo counties, and we could very well see a repeat of the flooding again today. A flash flood watch is in effect until 9 tonight from south of Castle Rock to the New Mexico border, and it also covers much of the southeastern plains. Officials are reminding everyone they should still be ready to leave on a moment's notice. Here in Denver, more scattered thunderstorms are on the way for today. Fox 31's Liz McGiffin says temperatures are going to stay on the warm side for the rest of the week.
With highs in the 90s, heavy rain chances still going to be out there yet again, and then hot and dry conditions moving right back in by the weekend.
Things will dry out by Friday, and as she mentioned, that'll be the start of another very hot weekend. That's the latest. I'm Nia Bender.
Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, it looks like we've got an accident up north on I-25 southbound. It's down past 104th, close to the Thornton Parkway. It appears they've moved it to the shoulder, but the right lane is blocked.
I wonder if Major Marc Mager is going to fire up his camera.
In fact, almost back to 120th. So definite delays on the north end, I-25. 270 still running a little slow out of Commerce City. We got some slowing on I-70 west from 270 to Brighton, south I-25 into downtown, and just a little bit of lingering volume to and from the tech center. With traffic, I'm Jonathan.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Monty Montgomery, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, Bill Corum, former mob muscle in Kansas City, shares the story of his miraculous redemption. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival,
presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 18th and 19th at T-Mobile Arena. Streaming live on Disney Plus and Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
Turn up the style with Burlington. Shop the brands you love and the looks you want without the high prices. From festival-ready fits to everyday favorites, it's never been easier to look good and save big. Burlington, where great style meets even better deals.
This is Jim Kaplis. Ronald Reagan said, when they won't see the light, make them feel the heat. That's what our law firm does. When the insurance company won't see the light and pay our clients fully, We make them feel the heat by taking them to trial and forcing them to face the truth. We have a long and provable track record of outstanding trial victories. We are a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, hit dancapluslaw.com. That's dancapluslaw.com.
Has your home been hit by the recent hailstorms? Don't just settle for a roof inspection. Genesis Total Exteriors goes further. They'll assess your entire property for damage. And they don't just find the issues, they'll fight with your insurance company to ensure you get every penny you deserve. Don't call your insurance company first. Call the people we trust. Genesis Total Exteriors. 303-679-8509. 303-679-8509. Or check them out at referrallist.com.
Step right up, America. Got equipment to sell or looking for something ready to work? PurpleWave.com. At Purple Wave Auction, it's as easy as it gets. Easy to sell.
Hello. Okay, return audio went away.
Golden Spike Roofing
There
is
we
ready
go.
at a moment's notice to spring into
I
action
get
when your roof
insecure
takes
when
a
I don't
beating.
have return
And
audio.
in Colorado, that could happen at any time. When hail strikes, get a free roof inspection from the company I trust with my home. Spike, the owner, and his team
Who's on
have
the board
decades
today?
of experience, not only fixing roofs.
Zach.
Hey,
insurance
Zach,
companies to get
is
your
that
roof
you?
covered. Whatever your
Yes.
Can I ask you
Spike can
something?
handle it.
Can you tell me how the
303
sound is, please?
942
If it's high or low?
Or visit them online at goldenspikeroofing.com.
Now, here's your chance to win one
On that sound, a little high.
It's a little high?
on our website.
Yes.
Okay.
Edit.
How
Enter
about
it
now?
now. It's the Dan Capla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Little low, maybe split the difference on that.
Democrats could beat both Lauren Boebert and
Thanks.
Jeff Crank. Could that
I
possibly
got it in a
be
good
true?
spot.
I'll take you into the numbers. Join me.
I'm going to be playing some sound.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. I've been fighting people on your behalf 45 years, 50 years if you count elsewhere, and we're so happy to be here. I'm not sure, is Major Marc Mager up and going? Yes.
Hey.
Hey, brother, what's on your mind today? I'll tell you what's on my mind. Just wait a second. Mark, ask me a question, any question. Go ahead.
You already were going, you're copying me already.
No, here you go.
Because I was going to invoke the Fifth Amendment.
Rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Now listen, I already have it. I have
110
I
times.
respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution. On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
That's how I stand. So you were going to say the same thing.
Exactly.
I took the words right out of your mouth. My God.
You did.
What do you make of the Fauci hearings? You know, Mark, during COVID, we know better than everybody. You couldn't talk about anything. Government officials were actually going to social media and threatening them that if they split from the narrative, they could be in trouble. Do you remember that? I mean, that came out with Facebook, and that came out
We got
with
blocked
Google.
multiple times.
Yeah, bad news. I mean, we got flagged for talking about natural immunity. We were talking about, no matter what, boosting your own immunity is primary. Then, we didn't say anything wrong with anything else or vaccinations or anything. We just said boosting your immunity. And we gave ideas of how to boost immunity and what things proved to be valuable. And I'm talking to, of course, our audience and Marc Mager, and I'm turning, if you're streaming, to our guest, Joel Cherdak today. Dr. Cherdak is with DenverRegen.com. During COVID, if you talked about anything other than the narrative, they tried to label you as a nut. Yeah. Totally right. And so right now, so much has come out about what we did and how wrong it was. And why is Fauci's ass on the line, though, Mark? I don't fully. He wasn't really the one in charge, was he? I mean,
Well, he was pretty much the spokesman, and
Right.
I think if I recall, he is was the highest paid government employee, even higher than the president, which is kind of crazy. But some of the stuff that came out in his own words or his diaries, he had a lot of staff members filling out applications so he could win cash prizes. That was a pretty big one. That just came out in the last couple days. A lot of people would say he's a fall guy, but he's also the guy we now know thought it came from the lab a month before. He was denying it and telling everybody it didn't, and we find out that he funded some of that research in that lab. I mean, that's pretty damning evidence.
No, I know. He flip-flopped so many times on issues. And
what buried him was his own words. These journals that came out, it took them a year or two to piece all these together from different servers, but they literally got all the information, pieced it back together. These are his daily notes to himself that, of course, he deleted, but they got them all back, and he knew a lot of stuff before this was going down, and he just lied to the American public about it. It's quite crazy.
Yeah, and CNN is still holding him out to be a hero. I mean, that's what's amazing. Again, everything comes down to politics instead of what's right and what's wrong. Sometimes we should just look at what's right, what's wrong, what should have been done, what could have been done, and forget the politics. But even COVID was political. I remember that. Republicans were all for alternatives. Democrats wanted masks. They wanted shut-ins, lockdowns. They wanted schools to be closed, and the vaccination. That was it. Don't forget about your natural immunity. You're a nut. Forget about any alternative medicines. You're a nut. And somewhere in between, there's truth, as always. But
it'll be curious if they hold him in contempt. It brings up a pretty important question. I did a little research on it. If you have full immunity, and he did, I mean, really, he has full immunity. Now, that doesn't mean he couldn't lie today and get in trouble for lying today. But if he was just honest in his responses today with the full immunity, nothing can happen to him. So it'll be curious if the courts do allow him to be held in contempt. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. In the past, it has happened. In the past, the Supreme Court, and we're going way back, 1896, a witness who received a pardon generally cannot invoke the Fifth Amendment. And the court has upheld that numerous times since then. So it looks like he was not supposed to do that, but we'll see.
Right, because, again, he's already pardoned for that whole time period.
In the Fifth, if you think about the words in the Fifth, it's basically, I'm not going to answer it because I'm afraid I'm going to get in trouble. Well, how can you say that if you can't get in trouble?
Well, I did a little research on that too, Mark. And did you see the part where they said he is still not immune from state prosecutions? So you could
Yes, that's true. That's interesting. Maybe some of these red states will go after him. I really would just like to hear honest answers. I don't want to see the guy thrown in prison. I think he was kind of a fall guy, but I think he knows a lot of answers that he just doesn't want to say. And I think he destroyed a lot of documents.
Now, one thing I want to say, and by the way, please give us a call, people, on any problems, questions, and complaints. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Let me explain something to you about phone calls. How many times, Deputy D keeps track of this more than Mark and I do. How many times do we get phone calls about things that turn out to be major news?
Oh, yeah.
D, you send them to me, say, Tom, we had this guy weeks ago, months ago, and if people listened to the show, they would have been hip to it. They would not have fallen for it.
Yeah, we have. I mean, just so far this year, there are 3 such instances I emailed to both you and Mark. And I think one you and I haven't discussed on the air yet, which is Gold Key Locksmith.
Right.
Do you remember that one?
Yes.
That douchebag got arrested and thrown in the slammer.
But think of how ahead we are. We're ahead of police. We're ahead of prosecutors. We're ahead of other news media.
Yeah.
I think think often we are ahead of everyone, and people listening to this show, they are smarter and can protect themselves. I mean, seriously, we even talked yesterday about Niemeyer and that Granby bulldozer.
Bulldozer.
The bulldozer. He called the show a day before he did that.
Wow.
He called the show upset with city officials, wondering what he could do. We didn't know, he had so many problems with zoning and regulations and permits. And
he was screwed over.
Was screwing him over. He gets in a bulldozer, he converts it into a tank and goes and knocks down the town. We've had others, the Sheriff Pat Sullivan, Mark brought this up yesterday. Pat Sullivan, the pedophile and the weirdo and the guy, he was a sheriff, a decorated sheriff, law enforcement.
Decades.
When he retired, he got I don't know, he somehow pursued this affinity for boys and young men and
drugs.
Lured them in with drugs, got them on meth or supplied meth to them, and demanded sex from them. We broke that story. It was us. We got the call first. And it was a guy, we thought he was a nut, saying there was a very famous person who was holding him captive for drugs.
That's right.
And he meant captive in a figurative sense. But in any case, all of the major stories over the years that we have had first, that's why we tell you to call us, because you may be sitting on something big, or better yet, we can just warn others. And so give us a call, even if a problem is small and it hasn't festered yet. The first sign of trouble, okay, here's the first sign of trouble. You're ghosted, or you pay money up front and you're not getting what promised. The first sign of trouble is usually when you can really get in there and make a difference. But even if you've had a problem that is long since passed and you don't think we can help you, one thing that will help is warning others about it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. As I said, we have DenverRegen.com with us. Yes.
Tom, real quick, since you're talking about getting ahead of the story, I think a new policy should be, if any of our callers are contemplating building and deploying a killdozer, they should disclose that up front during the initial phone call.
Yeah, let us know if you're a nut when you call. WaterPros.net, $3,600 for a whole house system, which softens your water, and you get reverse osmosis drinking water at the kitchen sink. You will never find a system at this price ever again. I'm telling you, the best system, the best operation, and fully installed, $3,600, waterpros.net.
Colorado, you don't want to spend your summer painting, so do what your neighbor Ken did. He called Rhino Shield.
We bought the house 30 years ago in 1995. It's cedar lap siding. The stain that was put on the house, it only lasted about 7 years.
Rhino Shield's not paint, it's a ceramic coating formulated for our specific climate right here in Colorado, and it's A1 fire rated.
And then I saw a house that was done in Rhino Shield, and it looked absolutely gorgeous, and I started hearing about the fact that it's got a 25-year warranty on it that's transferable.
And if you act now, you'll get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
While it costs more initially for Rhino Shield, over the life of the product, it's a lot less.
To get the limited time offer of 10% off the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield, call 720-463-4333 or rhinoshieldco.com. rhinoshieldco.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, before you buy a used car, you need to get it checked out. That's one of the services you can get at SheridanAutotech.com. Plus, your regular maintenance and repairs, SheridanAutotech.com. And electrical issues, SheridanAutotech.com. On Colfax, east of Wadsworth. And I'll tell you, west of Wadsworth, they're great people. And what they do is they can do maintenance on your vehicle from new and save you a ton of money from the dealer. And your warranty still stays in effect. Find out more. Call them for great service. 303-455-7242. Remember, SheridanAutotech.com.
Did you know CMG Financial is in the top 3 retail mortgage lending companies in the country? $27 billion in retail, every single year. What does that mean? It means if you need a home loan, you're going direct. The underwriters are there. Everybody works for the company. It means lower interest rates, lower fees. They do reverse mortgages, and they have a 30-year line of credit that is absolutely the smartest home loan you can get. It's a fluid line of credit. Borrow up, pay it down, and all the money you keep in your checking account lowers the principal and interest. And by the way, it's simple interest, not front-loaded. If you want the best home loans, you call John Clace, my friend at CMG. His direct number, 303-577-7206, 303-577-7206, or partnerinlending.com.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 866-451-5422 to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 866-451-5422. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Imagine getting this kind of news. Karen Collins was in her 20s. She was newly married, and then her husband, Michael, was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer.
And he told me, and I just cried because I didn't really know what the plan was.
There was another fear, too, the medical bills. And thankfully, they were members of MediShare, and MediShare came through for them.
Bum, 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 bum. So Deputy Doc's in the studio, right? Axe?
Hey, what's up?
I just wanted to say that if ever we get disconnected by mistake or something, page me because my phone is over here. Because once in a while when he stops return audio, I don't know if we're on or off. So just if we ever get a problem, I'm going to leave it to you to just text me and I'll see it immediately.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
You have a pager?
No. Did I say pager?
Yeah,
Did I meant my.
You said page me.
I meant.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I don't even know what I mean.
Mark, I think his pager is next to his IBM Selectric in the office.
Remember the IBM typewriter with the ball?
That's the Selectric.
Oh, is that?
That's the. It sounded like a machine gun.
God, it was amazing.
That was an awesome typewriter. I wish I can get my computer to make those sounds when I type.
You know, I did something stupid because my computer, my printer, just to fix it was going to cost a couple $100. And so I bought a brand new laser printer. But what I had forgotten was I really like the scanning and copy feature, and I don't have that on this new one. That's why it was only $200. So I got to send it back and get a better one.
I just a few months ago bought a laser printer with scanning and photocopying for $164. A brand name, Canon. Works beautifully. I picked it up at Best Buy. They always have something on sale for like half price.
Wow. Yeah, I had forgotten that feature. Yeah, I really do need that. I don't care about color at all. Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com. Beautiful Italian porcelain. Oh, they're beautiful. Walk-in showers, no maintenance, and they make them custom for you in 1 or 2 days. They're direct porcelain importers. You get the best price, and you don't pay for a year, no payments, no interest. Find out about that program, or just get the shower, Renew Home innovations.com, 303-904-2000. Joel Churdak's with us from denverregen.com. One thing I wanted to talk about today a little is I think something that I'm hearing about all over the place, peptides. Peptides. What are peptides? Now, I'll tell you, Denver Regen is famous for their stem cell therapy I had done. They also are getting into peptides, or they have been into peptides. And I like to explain peptides this way. Peptides are a building block, like a Lego tile. And an amino acid, let's say, would be one tile, and a peptide would be a few tiles together. And then eventually you have proteins, which are more complicated. But this works on the peptide level. And what, in general, if you had to explain the function of peptides, Joel, Dr. Churdak, I hope you don't mind if I call you Joel.
Of course not.
What do they do? What do peptides do, if you had to explain it to a dummy like Mark?
Well, I think that the best way for people to understand what peptides are is to think of them as signaling molecules.
Okay.
They're amino acids. And like you said, they're a string of amino acids. Amino acid is a basic building block of a protein. So they all exist in nature. They're natural. Amino acids are natural.
And they are signaling what? Signaling cells.
Signal to your cells to either turn off or turn on a certain function that you want a cell to turn on or turn off. So for example, growth hormone stimulating peptides, which are called growth hormone secretagogues, they signal to your pituitary gland cells to produce more growth hormone. So that turns that on.
And why would one want, let's just take in that instance, why would one want a growth hormone?
So growth hormone is going to increase your body's overall lean mass and skeletal muscle. So it's going to preserve skeletal muscle, help you grow skeletal muscle. It's also going to help you get better sleep. And we know that sleep is so important for every function of your body. And it's going to have anti-aging effects as well, because as we get older, after the age of 30, you start losing the production of growth hormone by a certain percentage every year. Now that rate's going to be different for everybody, but it's going to be a decrease over time. So it restores your body's own natural production of growth hormone, which has so many positive health benefits to it.
Okay, so are a lot of people opting for growth hormone?
So here's the difference between taking exogenous growth hormone. So, you've always, for many years, people have been able to get growth hormone as a standalone drug that they inject to increase their body's growth hormone. Now, what a peptide does is it increases your body's own ability to produce growth hormone. So you can max out what your body's producing naturally and stay within a safe physiological range, because when you take growth hormone from the outside, which has been available for many, many years, a lot of people in the anti-aging space did this.
In a supplement form or what?
In an injectable form.
Okay.
And you heard about it with a lot of athletes doing that.
Right.
And that's, if you take too much of it, you can get things
like, so
bad side effects.
So go on then. So the peptides did what then?
So what the peptides do is they signal to different parts of your body to turn off or turn on something. So for example, the GLP-1s, which everybody knows about, semaglutide, Ozempic, those types of drugs.
Oh, that is a peptide?
That is a peptide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that signals your body what, not to eat?
So semaglutide, which is, it's a peptide that mimics a hormone in your body that tells your body that you're hungry. And what that is, it's a peptide. It's called, so GLP-1 stands for glucagon-like peptide. So it's literally a mimic of a peptide in your body that is secreted by your stomach when you're full.
Okay.
And that tells your brain that you don't need.
So this tricks you into thinking you're full.
That particular peptide does.
Okay. Now, what are some other peptides that people use?
There's a peptide that's very popular now called BPC 157.
Now, is there a short name for it, or like we see GLP-1s? Is there a short? What does that one do?
So what BPC 157 does, and BPC is an acronym, and I forget exactly what that stands for, but
okay, BPC. So it's Bravo Papa Charlie 157.
Right. But it was originally found in the gut mucosa. And what they found that this particular peptide does is that it heals the gut. But what it also does when you inject it into your, just underneath your skin, and most people do that in their abdomen with an insulin needle, it can heal aches and pains. It can regenerate tissue. It can help with ligaments and tendons and small muscle tears. So some people, like if they have golf elbow or tennis elbow,
Really?
tendonitis, will inject the BPC 157 with a small insulin needle directly into the injury, and it can heal the injury over the course of about 4 to 6 weeks.
By the way, our number is 303-713-TALK. If you have any questions on peptides or stem cell therapy, give us a call. This is really good stuff. I mean, it used to be peptides, no one talked about them. Now they're kind of, I call them wellness hacks. I mean, people are doing them. And the good part about them, they're generally safe, right?
Well, yeah. And
do you need a prescription to get them?
You do now need a prescription. I mean, there is a black/gray market for them.
Yeah.
You can buy them online, but they say very specifically on the label, not for human consumption, for research purposes only. That's not where we get our peptides from.
Right.
With our clinic, you'll speak to the medical doctor who will prescribe them, and you'll get them from a compounding pharmacy, so they're pure and for human consumption.
So the BPC 157, it speeds healing of tendons. I'm reading this, and ligaments. It promotes wound healing. It helps the digestive tract.
That's where they originally isolated that and found it and did research on it, is that your body naturally secretes it in order to heal the gut.
And it reduces inflammation.
Right.
I have a very obvious question I want to ask coming up. If we know peptides are good for us and they're generally safe, why isn't there like a peptide cocktail that we can put together and just take daily, or maybe a supplement of some kind we can take orally? Let's talk about that and more coming up. 303-713-TALK. And are there peptides that can help people think clearly, maybe eliminate brain fog? I mean, are these magic? And I mean magic in a sense, are there things they can really do to help us, and have people been doing them? Compass Insurance Group, by the way, will make sure you're not paying too much for insurance, or you're underinsured possibly, which is dangerous. It's a free insurance checkup. They are honest people. They will look at your coverage to see if they can save you money. And if not, they'll tell you. 303-996-9000, Compass Insurance.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, impact traffic.
Got an accident up to the north. I-25 southbound down past 104th has been cleared. Good news, lanes are open. It did tie up all the way back to about 128th Avenue, so it's still rather slow there coming out of North Glen in through Thornton. It picks up pretty nicely. Coming into downtown actually looks pretty good for us. Seeing just a little bit of traffic out of the Tech Center from Bellevue up to Colorado. 270 both directions, a little sluggish out of Commerce City, and I-70 westbound approaching Colorado to Brighton. A little heavy on that stretch. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Monty Montgomery, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, Bill Corum, former mob muscle in Kansas City, shares the story of his miraculous redemption. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Questions. That's what you have when you get into an accident. What am I going to do? Who's going to help me? How do I get back to where I was? I lost a lot of money in this accident, or I'm suffering. John Fuller will answer those questions right up front. In fact, there's no obligation, but if you want him to, he can get started on your case from the very first phone call. There's not a lot of red tape or applications. Just give him a call at the first sign of trouble, and he'll talk to you gladly. And if he takes your case, it's on a percentage fee basis, and you'll have his cell phone where you can talk to him anytime you need to. 303-597-4500. He puts personal in the personal injury space. 303-597-4500 or paulfuller.com. Yeah, I should have gotten this one. Doggone it, mother effer. Do you like HP?
Who?
You. Do you like HP?
HP, like their printers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one of my 3 printers as an HP, and it's a workhorse. It's about 25 years old, and it still works like new. And I have a Canon and an Oki Data.
Black and white printer, print, scan, copy, fast speeds, easy setup. Yeah, I'm going to have to do this.
$160 will buy you a top, like a fantastic.
This one's 200. It's an
yeah,
HP.
same thing.
It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm. The most important part for me is that it's laser, not inkjet.
See, when it says laser, is it a laser or printing technology? It says laser, but then it says down here something about it says a laser jet. So is that ink?
I don't know what laser jet.
I know.
I just know difference.
But it says here.
You can look to see if it uses ink or toner cartridges.
Well, that's what I'm looking for, but it doesn't tell me.
Yeah.
It doesn't tell me on here. It just has, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to ask AI. You know, I hardly ever print anymore, but, you know, I just need something here, and I realize I need to copy. Does not use liquid ink. Okay. Okay. Got it. I'm going to get it. Add to cart. And if it's not good, I'll give it to you.
Okay, thanks. It'll be my 4th printer.
Aren't there some things that can be delivered like on the same day? I don't care about it. But
Best Buy is probably one of those places.
Okay. I'm going to look before I punch here. I'll see what it says for this one.
Oh, just keep in mind, they don't come with cables anymore.
Yeah, I know that.
The USB cables.
What do you think? I'm stupid? Come on. Come on.
All right. It was kind of a surprise to me.
Come on, baby.
I had to find an old cable.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show with Marc Mager. And we have Dr. Joel Cherdak with us from DenverRegen.com. We're talking about peptides for a while here. Peptides fascinate me. And if you have any questions on anything, peptides, stem cell therapy, hormone replacement as well, they do testosterone. Give us a call, 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Now, also, we're talking about any problems you have. Mike is on the line right now, and he called last week, and he was embroiled in the same typical BS moving crap, moving scams. They're all over the place. And the way they work is basically they take a deposit. That's usually a broker who does nothing. The broker's not a mover usually. Then they hand off that contract to someone else who then talks to you and hikes the price when they come to pick it up, saying, this is way more than we thought. And then they hand it off to another one who actually transports it and tries to deliver it. And then they try to get even more money from you. And it's a well-known scam. Now, some of these movers have been busted, but it's very difficult because they're all shady. And they're usually out of South Florida. And I'm not going to say you're safe if they're not out of South Florida, but usually all of the ones we have handled come out of South Florida. But they start with, again, a moving broker, but you think they're the mover and you think they're going to take care of you. And they give you a really good price because they don't care, because they just want to get a down payment from you. And then they go away and do nothing. That broker does nothing from there on out. Then you're in the hands of another guy who tries to hit you up for more money when they pick it up. And then yet another one who tries to hit you up for more money when they deliver it. So it's a well-known scam. It happens over and over and over. Mike, I forget what I forget which mover you went with, but I remember the call. Okay, so go ahead and let's pick up the information.
Yeah, so I went with a company out of South Florida. They're called, the name of the company, broker, is America First Moving Services.
America First.
They hired, yep.
Okay.
And so they were the broker. They hired a company out of California called Load Rans. And then Load Rans hired another company. And then
Same scam. So when you called us, what stage were you in when you called us? Because I'm trying to find your original call. What was the stage when you called us? Were you waiting for delivery, or had they picked up the stuff? Where were you?
No, so I'm still waiting for delivery. They picked up on June 20th.
And when they picked up on June 20th, did they insist on more money, as they always do?
Yeah, they had a company come in that showed up in a rental U-Haul and said I didn't pay for enough space, and I removed a bunch of items, and they still charged me more money. So yeah, I had to pay more money for them people as well.
So Mike, I just want to recap. So when you first got the broker online, I want to know what did they take up front from you?
So the deposit was $1,750, and then a $200 deposit for my classic car transportation.
Okay, so $1,700 plus $200. Then the second guy that came to pick it up, how much did he take?
$1,575.
How much was it again?
$1,575.
Okay. $1,575. Okay, and then what?
Then they upcharged me another $700 or $800 for 4 hours of them having to wrap my furniture with moving blankets.
Okay. And now, and then they took it, and now you're waiting for delivery. Do you have any sense of what they're going to do to you when the delivery comes?
So what I did was I reversed charges on my credit cards for the deposits. So they don't have that money now.
Wait a minute. They don't have the $1,750, or did you also reverse charges on the pickup fee?
So I reverse charges on everything right now.
I think you did it prematurely, though, because won't that encourage them to keep your stuff now? Or have they threatened? Have they found out? What are they saying?
So it went over their allotted so-called 10 business days for delivery.
Yeah.
But what happened was they had given me a delivery date of July 10th.
Okay.
Then 2 hours later, they called and said they changed it to July 27th or later.
Yeah.
And that's when I went and reversed all my charges.
Okay. So what do you think? What's the call about today?
I was just bringing an update because now I've got, filed charges with DOT and PUCT and all the state attorney generals.
Now, listen, I'm all for you contesting. I'm all for you contesting the charges, but you probably could have done that after you got your stuff. Or were you thinking you're never going to get your stuff?
No, I still think I'm never getting my stuff.
What
They
stuff
wouldn't-
do you have? Do you have anything really valuable? How much stuff are we talking about, Mike?
Well, if I do a valuation of my property that they took of all my furniture, there's 40 grand there.
What?
Yeah.
Oh man. Do you have a phone number that you can call to talk to someone or not?
Yeah, I have. You guys called me, yeah.
Now, if you call today, will they answer?
Normally they don't answer. But usually what they do is they'll screen my call and it just goes to music, and it'll either let me leave a voice message or it'll hang up on me. If they do answer it, then they just keep transferring me over to somebody else. And they're saying, oh, you need to talk to dispatch.
What is the name of the moving company? I mean, you dealt with different people, but what was the name of the first moving company, the broker?
America First.
That's
Moving
right.
Services.
America First. Now, during the course of this, did they change the name? Did you go with another company, or did they all use the same name, America First?
No. So then they hired another company out of California that was supposed to have been the mover. They're called Load Rans, LOADRANS.
Load Rans. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, are they the ones that were supposed to deliver it?
Yeah, but then they hired somebody else, picked it up, and so I'm assuming they're going to hire somebody else to deliver it.
Oh,
last I heard, my furniture is still sitting in a warehouse in Colorado.
Well, do you know?
They won't disclose it.
But do you have any idea which warehouse your furniture is located in?
No, they won't disclose the location.
Are you in Colorado?
Yeah, I'm in Colorado.
Tom, this is just a long series of scammers. I mean, the reason so many people are involved in it because they each have an opportunity to hit Mike up for $3,000 in cash.
Usually three: the broker, the picker-upper, and the deliverer.
Oh, and then some.
Yeah.
You know, Mike, how much cash? Not the credit cards, but how much cash are you actually out of right now?
So as of right now, because I've already reversed all the charges, that's still under investigation. So on the car hauler, on my classic car.
Oh, no.
I was supposed to pay. No, I got my car.
Oh.
I had to pay the delivery of $1,800 when my total should have only been $1,500. So in total, I paid $2,000 to get my car.
Now, you didn't contest that charge, right?
Yeah, I did contest it, and it's being reversed now.
So I thought when you called us last week, you said you paid up a ton of money in cash.
No, did he say that?
Yeah.
In actual cash.
No.
Are you out any money other than the credit cards?
The $1,800 I'm out of cash right now, and then all the expenses I had to pay because I don't have furniture to live.
Yeah,
so,
I see.
You know, renting a hotel.
But at least you got your car back.
But $1,800 in cash is actually out on one of these movers.
No, that was for the car.
Yeah.
He actually did get the car back.
That's what I mean, but that was the mover, right? A transporter.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that was
through the broker and the mover, yeah.
So the issue, if we were to encapsulate your outstanding issue right this moment,
all your stuff is missing.
All your stuff is missing. And are they demanding more money, or are they just not giving you a delivery date?
No, they're demanding more money. So originally my price was like $2,900 to move. Then it went over $10,000.
And of course it did.
This is the reason why I had to reverse everything.
Of course it is. You're caught in a scam. Everybody, I mean, not everybody, but most people get caught in the same exact scam. Same exact scam.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Tom, what about this?
What?
What if Mike files a police report for theft because this stuff is gone,
right?
And they won't give it back,
right?
And then
they're going to say it's a civil matter, but go ahead.
They are, and then file an insurance claim for all your stuff because it's literally gone.
Yeah. So I have tried to file claims with the police department. They said it's a civil matter, and I have to take them to court.
Tom,
they won't do anything.
Do you think there's a legitimate, legal, and ethical way for Mike just to make a claim with his insurance company saying, oh, my stuff is gone. I don't know where it is.
Well, they're going to investigate it for sure.
They'll investigate.
They're going to say when was it taken, how was it taken? I mean, or do you know who took it? Or
Right, and those were all presumably legitimate ways for them to take his stuff. But now that he can't get his stuff back,
you know what?
It's a loss.
You know what? Let's ask Brian over at Compass. I mean, it's worth a shot. Hold on a second. Let's call Compass Insurance Group to find out. By the way, Vestera Turnkey, if you want to be a landlord, they help you find homes in promising markets, and they walk you through the whole process, including when to sell. It's all part of Vestera Turnkey's way to help you become a landlord, make some money, right? Go to this website for more, mybiggestruturn.com, mybiggestruturn.com. Let's just see. I don't think there's a prayer, but let's ask.
It's an interesting thing to pursue, though. You know, it's intellectually interesting possibility.
Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, an accident up to the north, I-25 southbound down past 104th has been cleared. Good news, lanes are open. It did tie up all the way back to about 128th Avenue, so it's still rather slow there coming out of North Glen in through Thornton. It picks up pretty nicely. Coming into downtown actually looks pretty good for us. Seeing just a little bit of traffic out of the Tech Center from Bellevue up to Colorado. 270 both directions, a little sluggish out of Commerce City and I-70 westbound approaching Colorado to Brighton. A little heavy on that stretch. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Monty Montgomery, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, Bill Corum, former mob muscle in Kansas City, shares the story of his miraculous redemption. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know, Great Western Buildings is a steel building manufacturer. They're a factory with 100% American steel always, and they guarantee it for life. The finishes are guaranteed for 40 years. Now, it's important. If you want to do business with a true factory direct to the consumer, this is it. GreatWesternBuildings.com. There are a lot of salespeople running around saying they represent a factory. Well, you got to verify it because Great Western Buildings is the one we recommend. Most others don't really have a factory. Now, what you can do is just go to the website and start the process. They have engineers on staff. They can ship anywhere, whether it's a large, giant building, a church, a warehouse, or a garage or a workshop. GreatWesternBuildings.com. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. You know, a lot of people, when you list a house, other people sell it. Frank Duran truly gets involved. He knows how to list your home at a price that invites multiple offers. He knows what your house is worth. You'll get a free analysis. They do a professional house cleaning whenever they list a home, and they do tremendous outbound marketing, like video tours, multi-list, of course, and a slew of online outbound marketing. Frank sells most of his own listings. You really want Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. 303-920-1622.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
Is Mark there? Mark, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, just wondering. This moving shit, I just can't believe how many people get ripped. I mean, it's serious. It's just unbelievable. Hey, Mark, does Walmart have same-day deliveries too?
Yeah, as long as you have a membership.
Oh, there's a membership.
Yeah, just like Prime.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that because I've ordered from them before, but I don't think I have a membership. Do you actually pay for the membership or just sign up for it?
Most credit cards will pay for it, but yeah, there is a fee to it.
Joe, I forgot to ask if you want some coffee.
Oh, no, I'm fine. Thank you. I'm good. Appreciate it.
All right, I'll ask you again in a few minutes.
I'm fine. Thanks. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Tom Martino with Major Marc Mager, and we're talking about this moving issue. And Axe, did you try to get Compass Insurance on? We wanted to ask them when insurance can kick in, if ever, on moving. Were you able to do that, Axe? I see on. Hello?
He's on the phone right now.
Okay, he's on the phone. Thank you very much, Zach. All right, we're going to try to get Compass on. I think he's doing it momentarily. Meanwhile, people, here's all I can tell you.
He's on.
Okay, Brian is up. When it comes to moving, only use national recognized moving companies and then use their local agents to start the process. I'm talking like North American Van Lines or people like that. Don't, and make sure that they're a real bricks and mortar. They have agents with trucks and warehouses. Do not use brokers ever, 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 ever. Make sure they're affiliated with a national mover. Brian Burns, Compass Insurance Group. Listen, Brian, I don't know if ever insurance helps. When someone is moving, is their insurance still in effect? And if that mover craps out or ghosts them, can they say, hey, I lost my stuff? Brian?
Most people's coverage, I mean, you need to look at your actual policy, but most policies extend personal property while it's being moved. So it's covered during the process, but it's covered for the perils of the policy. So most people's policies for personal property have named peril policies.
All right, Brian, if we could call you back, it would be excellent. I'd love to go over this and find out more.
Do you know what I don't like? Product pushers.
Total menaces.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Just crazy.
Okay.
The American Red Cross with an urgent appeal for blood donation. We need people to step up. Matt Carr is with the American Red Cross, which has declared a national blood supply.
Have you ever known Amazon to refuse a refund or exchange?
Only if you miss the return window.
Oh, really? Okay.
And also, I tried to return a bottle of vitamins once, and they said it's not returnable.
Oh, okay.
So, that kind of stuff is not returnable.
They seem to be really reasonable. Even if you say, I changed my mind, they let you return. That's amazing. It just is. It just is to me.
Walmart is just like
Is Walmart like it too?
I returned something just a couple of weeks ago, and they said, hey, just keep it or throw it away.
And you did, right?
Did you keep it?
Not threw it away.
Mark wanted to know.
Oh, it's Mark. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mark. I had my headphones off. What was the question?
I put the speaker up.
Oh.
Did you actually throw it away, or did you keep it and resell it?
No, I threw it away because it was a package of really delicious hot dogs that arrived warm. And I did an online return, and they said throw it away or keep it. But I was not about to eat warm hot dogs.
Now, why did you send me this link for the watch?
Oh, because I thought it would look really great on your wrist.
I had one. I had a presidential with a diamond bezel.
That is a president.
Yeah, but I got rid of it a long time ago.
But Tom, that would look awesome on your wrist.
I don't think so. I don't wear watches.
Well, you would if you had that one. And that's the watch I covet. But for now, I would have to just make do with admiring it on your wrist when I help you here at the show. And then maybe you can let me borrow it for big dates or something.
Mark, that's exactly the printer I just ordered. Exactly. Yeah. It looks like it. Anyway. Okay. This moving, man, there's nothing you can do to them, really. They just operate with impunity.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. There are very few other crimes you can just commit as for a living with no fear of prosecution. In fact, I can't think of any other crime you could do that without fearing prosecution.
They don't give a shit.
These people have no shame, no soul, no shame.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Yeah, the president is the nickname for the gold day dates. It's actually called the day date oyster. It's the oyster day date.
The one that I had was so beautiful. The whole bezel was diamond.
Mm-hmm.
It was so outrageous.
That's real bling, yo. Did you get it from an NBA player?
I never really used it a lot, but
yeah,
I got it back when I had more money than brains.
Mm-hmm.
I really did. I used to have so much shit I didn't need, and that's why I'm shedding right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just only so much you really need.
I agree.
I'm more of a minimalist.
That's a very minimalist watch. Look, it only has one dial. It's only 36 millimeters. It's not a 40. So it's very elegant. And look how aesthetically beautiful it is.
I don't like it anymore. The way it looks.
Yeah, but I like it. And I would enjoy observing it on your wrist.
Like a 5-year gift or something.
2-year gift. No, that's not, I'm not hinting at that. I'm saying, and about half of that price is actually its net value in gold. So your net cost is only half of what I wrote in that email.
I never thought of that.
I did the calculation. It's a solid gold watch. And I would borrow it for important dates. For my reunion with Summer Snow.
Did you really have someone named Summer Snow?
That was her stage name.
God, I can't tell you how much I despise Nextdoor, that social media site. They are such morons. My God. It's almost like when they go on there, they lose their brains. Something, if you read some of the advice people give.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I never.
Wait a minute. Like, is this true? This
I have
eBay
a really
thing?
Tight window and just
What
like
eBay
have to be
thing?
quick.
You sent me
I like go
an
downstairs
article,
99.
which, by the way, isn't coming up for some reason.
Really? Didn't I?
It's a bad link. You send me the link, but I get a.
I'll get you an updated link.
I get it says light.cnn.com page can't be found.
Okay, I'll come up with it. This is the
I want to read
craziest
it.
story ever, Tom.
No, I want to read it.
This couple just collected $56 million from eBay. You know what eBay executives did to them? Among
They
other
really?
things, they mailed them cockroaches.
Come on, send me the story. I gotta see this story.
Okay.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm
Major
Tom
Marc Mager.
Oops, sorry, Major Marc Mager. Okay, here we are, starting the show for the second hour, wanting to solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints. I want to bring your attention to AppleAir.com. That's air with an E on it. AppleAir.com, family owned and operated since 1988. Still operating strong. And your AC goes on the fritz. They'd love to put one in with a 12-year parts and labor warranty or just give you an honest evaluation. 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. It's a wonderful company, family owned and operated, AppleAir.com. Now, listen, we have this moving company thing going on, and I want to take Brian Burns from Compass and find out just when does homeowners kick in for damage or missing stuff. But first, I'm going to take Peggy, who says she has a comment on this. Go ahead, Peggy. What's happening? You're on with Marc Mager and Tom Martino.
Yes, I have had almost the exact same problem. I hired the company to do 2 moves, and I had to give the deposit, and they were both, one was over $2,400, one was deposits. Okay,
Yeah.
The first one was May 26th, and of course, he does this whole estimate, then gives it to, and the same company, Lodrands, is who did the actual move. They didn't wrap anything. They broke several pieces. And I still had to pay, and I had to pay cash before they'd even unload my stuff. And that was the next night at 11 p.m. So I had a friend of mine come over, him and his wife, to be here with me when they were unloading, because 11 p.m. they kept saying, yes, we'll give you a call when they're an hour out. We'll give you a call when you're an hour out.
But at least,
This
let me
happened
ask you,
all
I'm
day.
not saying like this is a good thing, but at least you actually got your stuff, right?
Right.
Now, how much more?
Broken, but got it. Yes.
How much more did it cost you than the original estimate?
So I had to pay on the first one another $2,200 and $2,275 on delivery before they'd unload the truck.
And was that more than the initial estimate?
Absolutely, twice as much. Now, not one person, they only sent 2, but neither one of them spoke any English. We did Google Translate all day. And
what language did they speak?
I believe it was Spanish.
Okay.
And I tried to cancel my second move, but they said, "Oh no, sorry, you would have had to cancel it within 72 hours in order to get your money back, the deposit."
So did they do the second move?
They did, and I told the guy on the phone up front, "This is what I expect. I shouldn't have to tell them that they have to wrap stuff or that they have to."
Well, of course not. Of course not.
So, and I told him, and I said, there better be somebody here that has fluent English.
Now, did you get the second move done or not?
The second move is done now. That was 2 weeks ago now.
And did you have a bad experience there too?
It was better, except that I still had to pay more money. And then, I gave them the remainder in cash that they wanted for on delivery. And then 2 days later, I get a text message from them saying, "Oh, you owe us another $1,100. And I said,
God.
"No, I don't. I paid in full, and I'm not paying anymore. I paid in full." "Well, it would help me if you would tell me how much you paid." I said, "Don't you have the invoice?" I paid what was on the other 22-something.
What a
$100.
scam. How did you find them, by the way?
No shit. What can I do about it?
Well, right now, if you paid cash, there's not much you can do. Nobody will do anything for you. They're going to say it's a civil matter. Honest to God, I mean, the authorities don't care. Police don't care. The law enforcement, they don't know what to do. Dimitri made a comment off the air to me. He said, or he may have made it on the air. How many businesses can literally just steal from people and get away with it? I mean,
these zero fear of prosecution.
These moving companies have zero fear of anything, and they're just ripping people off. I'm telling you, I could get on the phone and talk to somebody and tell them, "Okay, I'll arrange this move," and take a down payment, do nothing, and nothing will happen. Nothing.
There is no other criminal enterprise that I can think of that I would be able to operate without fear of criminal prosecution.
Nothing. They will do nothing.
Zero.
Nothing. I mean, we get too many of these. Go ahead.
I do plan to take them to court, if it's civil court or whatever.
Yeah.
Because the damage they did to some very expensive furniture I had is absolutely ridiculous. I have everything documented.
You know what? I would love to hear your case when you go. It might be difficult, but I think you should. I think you're going to get a default judgment. I don't think. Yeah, how are you going to serve them?
These people can't be found.
How do you even find them? That's the thing. Hold on.
I kept their phone numbers.
Okay, but their address. How would you serve them though? Are you gonna? You might have to really hire a private detective to do that. I want to talk to Brian Burns real quick at Compass. Brian, would she have a claim if some really expensive stuff was broken during moving?
That is the problem with the insurance portion of covering personal property while it's moving. It does not cover like it being shifted and breaking, because your policy at home doesn't cover that either.
Oh.
So if another car hit the truck and caused damage, that would be covered, or that could be covered because they cover vehicles.
Okay.
Damage caused by vehicle. If the property was stolen, there's coverage for theft on most policies.
So could with Mike, for example, where they're ghosting him and he can't get his stuff back, could he call that theft?
You would probably want to take the steps of actually filing, something with the police, then following up with your insurance.
So
the police won't let him file.
Do anything. Well, you can still file an online report, right? Even though the cops
but
won't
they
do
say
it.
it's a civil matter. But
How long does Mike's stuff have to be gone out of his possession and control in order for this to be a legitimate, legal, and ethical claim for theft or loss or whatever the insurance company is going to call it, Brian?
There's not a time frame listed in there, so it's not a matter of looking at a policy and saying, hey, once it hits 90 days, you can file this. If he legitimately is saying they stole my stuff, it is convoluted just because he knows who it is, and the police aren't going to do anything.
Right.
So I don't know. You're going to probably run into some hiccups trying to file it as a theft claim when you know who has it.
I get you. I know what you mean.
But if Tom stole my Rolex and wouldn't give it back and the police won't get involved, that's still, even though I know who stole it, the insurance company's still going to pay me back for it, right?
Situation, if the police aren't going to do anything about it, it does start to run the question of, is this more of a civil issue than it is pure theft? It's a good question, Dimitri. I just don't know how they would handle it.
Right. And Brian, of course, this moving stuff is getting out of hand. Again, Brian says it would cover you for normal perils under the policy, which means if a truck hit it or something, or if the load shifted around a sharp turn, does that count as an event or not, Brian? No.
No, that would not be covered underneath a regular homeowner policy.
All right, Brian Burns, thank you. Compass Insurance, of course, they do the home of the insurance checkup, 303-996-9000, 303-996-9000. Let's talk back to Mike. Now, Peggy is going to try to do a lawsuit. Good luck. Like Dimitri says, where do you start? Dimitri, you've been successful on spammers when they text you trying to find out who they are and where they are. Maybe she has to figure out how to serve them.
Tom, theft is just as easily. And in fact, in this case, she might be, and Mike too, might be able to recover treble damages because there is a civil violation called conversion.
Right.
So even though somebody takes stuff with your permission, but doesn't give it back.
Right. That's conversion.
Right? And that pays 3 times. However, in the case of Mike and Peggy, I don't think they dealt with people whose real names they even know, because there's no need for these people to tell them their real names.
Listen, I'm hoping you spread the word, people. Spread the word about moving. So, Mike, you just heard, right? There's probably not a prayer for insurance. And if you want to leave the number and maybe we can call them, let's just see if they answer that number. We'll make an effort. Peggy, like I said, we hate to say this, but once you have given them money, once you're online, it is very, very, or on the hook, it is very, very difficult to do anything about it. Now, we did have Deputy Smarty Pants back in the day, who literally he was in South Florida and went and visited one of these movers. He was the only one that I knew of that actually got a refund for someone. And it was amazing, but it is so difficult. And I don't even know why they gave this woman a refund when he worked on it, but they did. Maybe they thought we had, we contacted authorities. Maybe they were in trouble already. But moving companies in general, they operate any way they want with absolutely no fear whatsoever. So, just try for the heck of it, or give it to Deputy Doc in the studio to call this moving company for Mike and just see if they'll answer. Bravina's, the greatest windows, or the greatest selection as well. They're on 950 West Evans, 50 brands, 50 lines of windows, and they have multiple lines of siding and siding and doors as well, with 50 lines of windows. It's a company that's been around 65 years. That's bravinas.com.
I listen because
for every day,
something new is happening.
News that impacts you.
I love talk shows.
And the reaction.
Love politics.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHAL.
That's why I listen.
And on the free iHeartRadio app.
Not a shitload, but I got several texts. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHAL. That's why I listen.
CMG Financial, let me tell you about John Clayson, why I love these guys. First of all, you're dealing direct with the bank. That means lower rates, lower interest rates on that home loan, and lower fees on the loan itself. You're going to save money. They do reverse mortgages. They'll do cash out so you can pay off that high credit card interest debt. And on top of that, listen to this. They have a product. It's a 30-year line of credit. 30-year line of credit. You can pay it up, pay it down. It's simple interest. And whatever in your savings or checking account is counted towards a loan. So you only pay interest on what's not in that account. You're going to love all the products they have at CMG. But check them out at partnerinlending.com. That's John's website, partnerinlending.com.
Hey, real quick, there's like 3 different numbers. Do you want me to call all of those?
What are you talking about?
For that Mike guy.
The moving company, Martino asked to call him?
I would guess call all 3.
Okay.
So how many pounds is your little pup right now?
It's like 24, 25 pounds.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And is he about the same size or bigger? Much bigger?
He's bigger.
He was like this, right?
Yeah, he's bigger. He's bigger than when you saw him. He's a regular size.
He's
a small
cute.
dog.
Well, yeah, that's what they are. They're cute as hell.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that little thing right over there. Is he a lot of fun?
Yeah, he's a good boy. He doesn't make a lot of noise. He listens. He's a good guy.
Hey, Axe, is Peggy wanting to say something more or what? Hello?
He's on the phone trying to call those movers.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, that's fine. Sorry.
Car, little single-use packages.
No, my fault.
Okay.
Oh, wait, she has one more question. Got it. Okay. Show. Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We got Dr. Joel Cherdak with us from DenverRegen.com. We'll get to it in a minute here. We're talking stem cell therapy and peptides especially. But Peggy, who had a moving problem, and God, she ended up paying more. So many things were broken. The same old story. Now, in some cases, people never get their stuff. In other cases, they end up paying twice as much as they were quoted. And in all cases that we've investigated, people report damaged goods. And as you heard from Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group, it's damn near impossible to get an insurance claim on that because it's not considered one of the covered perils. So Peggy, you engaged one of these crooked movers and were also ripped off, and your stuff was damaged. So what do you have as a question, another question for us? Peggy?
My own contract.
Yeah.
It says, yes, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Hello?
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So in their contract, they say that there are things that they don't transport. One was, but regardless, they did because their people didn't speak English and they didn't take the things I told them to. They took other stuff. Now, and the other thing is they never gave me an inventory list of what they packed and put on the truck to bring over here.
Right.
Does that change the situation? Would it be easier for me to call it out to them and make a claim?
You know, Peggy, if you're talking about an insurance claim or a civil lawsuit, with a civil lawsuit, you can name anything in that lawsuit that you think caused you damage. I mean, no one's going to tell you, oh, you can't put that in the lawsuit. You can. Now, a judge might say it's ridiculous and dismiss it, but you're allowed to make your claim for whatever you want. You know, you can, but in essence, when you sue these people, I don't even think they're going to show up if you can even get them served. And then it's going to be a very, very difficult task trying to collect, if ever, even if you got a judgment against them. How do you collect from sleaze bags? They don't have any money. They don't have anything. I mean, well, they might have money, but they're so shielded. That's why these moving scams are the perfect scam for people who want to rip people off. They're on the internet. They take a deposit. They disappear. Now the guy that comes to pick up your stuff picks up your stuff. But you don't have, you don't have to do this if you have a good mover, but people should have at least got a picture of their driver's license, their name, their address, their phone numbers, all of their other stuff. I'm just saying that it's going to be almost impossible for you to prevail, Peggy. Almost impossible.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, do you even know the name of the company? Have you looked them up in the Colorado Secretary of State?
I don't even think they're Colorado. They're from South Florida, I believe.
Well, the people who came out here to grab your stuff
is from Florida.
Okay, who's the people? The people that came and picked up your stuff, are they in Colorado?
Denver.
Well,
who are
I
they?
was only moving.
What's it?
So there was an Eric Hernandez and a Ben.
Oh yeah, good luck.
And yeah.
Yeah, those aren't even their real names.
What company from Denver came to pick up your stuff?
Load Rans.
Oh, are they out of Denver?
Load what?
Rans, R-A-N-S.
Yes, I think they work over an overarching name from these brokers.
Yeah, there it is. Load Rans LLC. They have a 4.4 star review, and they're on. Well, no, this is out of California, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, God, there's so many. God Almighty, it's organized crime. The moving industry is organized crime. Peggy, it's. I think you're going to spend more time and energy than it's worth. I'm really serious about that. So
what if I've already started my claim through their company?
Well, no, keep doing it. I mean, if by some miracle you get reimbursed, let us know. But I think it's all a sham.
Okay.
I just don't think they're going to do anything, but at least keep trying. You know, people, before you move, please call us. There are too many ripoffs in this industry. The moving industry is corrupt. It's terrible. By the way, wait. Wasn't there a website we can give Peggy that was started by legit movers?
Oh, boy.
What was that one called?
Move Rescue by Mayflower.
Move Rescue.
But, Tom, we researched it last week after Mike's call.
And what happened?
They appear to be out of business.
Oh, no.
There's no more phone number. There's no more contact us. There's no more email. They're done.
But Mayflower is one of the good companies around you can use. But make sure it really is Mayflower, because they use, some of the scammers use names close to it. Or, you want... North American Van Lines is another one. Mayflower. What are some other ones? Atlas, and there are other ones around, but you got to be very, very careful, because a lot of scammers pose as them. Zachary, what's going on with you? Zach, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, along with Marc Mager and the gang.
Hi there. I'm just wanting to say thank you for calling on the branches in the yard.
Right. Did they come and clean it up?
They did. They left you probably about a half hour ago.
You know what? I think Sister Sue's our executive producer. I think she took care of that. So that is pretty cool. I'm going to give the dinger to that one. I'm glad they finally came and picked it up.
Yeah, after a month and me trying to make calls and calling Tom Martino, and the troubleshooter got it done.
Well, thank you again. Thank you, Suze, for doing that. Okay, we're going to talk to Liz, who has a probate question. Liz, what's going on?
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for taking the call. Briefly, my sister-in-law passed away without a will. She had pretty much no bills, maybe a small credit card bill, and a substantial savings account.
Okay.
Or bank account.
Okay.
She left it to nobody.
Okay.
And so a cousin now called and asked if we would do the probate on it, because her mother could not afford to do it.
All right.
And I'm just not sure it's worth doing, because, I'm sure she must have hospital bills. I don't know if the hospital has already, tried to tag her estate for payment or not.
So does she, who are her relatives that are living right now? Does she have any kids or anything?
Nothing. No husband, no kids. It is her mother, and then my husband and a brother.
Okay.
And the only ones who can afford to do anything would be us.
Okay. You're right. It may not be worth opening a probate. That's totally up to you. If you want to open a probate, you can. And there's no way of knowing really how many claims are against her right now until you open a probate. That's the problem. But I don't think it's that expensive to open a probate. But to do all the execution of it, it could be. I mean, it's going to be a couple grand or so. But do you know how much is in her savings account?
We had a thought it was 40,000. Now they're telling us, from what they found out, it's 60. And so obviously my understanding was half goes to the mom, and the other remaining half gets split between the living siblings.
You mean you mean the law of intestate, when they die without a will, is what you're saying, that her mom's going to get half? Is that what they told you? I'm not sure what the law actually says on that as far as divvying it up, but we can try to get our attorney on to find out. Hold on a second. Hey, Axe, just for the heck of it, put Liz on hold. Let's see if we can find out about probate from him on maybe maybe he has some ideas for her. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. Denver's talk station. An iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human. Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, we've had a lot of problems on I-25. In fact, the latest was southbound at 6th Avenue, which has just cleared out. Left lane was affected there with either a stall or an accident, but in any case, it is backed up to I-70. It's pretty solid coming in through downtown. It should start to break a little bit. We had a crash in the Tech Center northbound at Orchard. That's clear. Looks much better there. And, of course, up north, looks like we're doing much better also with some earlier problems up around 104th Avenue. If you're on E470, the toll highway northbound at 104th, construction has traffic backed up. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Monty Montgomery, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, one man shares a story of how hawking hot dogs at MLB games changed his life. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
If you want to be a landlord, but you know it's a big hassle, first of all, you're right. It can be a hassle. And you don't want to be a landlord in Colorado. The laws are terrible. But if you want to be a landlord in a promising market, Vestera Turnkey has done the research. They pick markets for people who want to be landlords. They help you find promising properties. They even help you rent it out and manage it, and they help you with every aspect of it. Then, in about 2 or 3 years, they help you sell it for a profit on the equity. That's what they do. VesteraTurnkey.com. In and out quickly. Some people even 1031 into new homes as they go on and acquire several. It's all up to you. If you want to try this, why don't you go to this website to find out more, the next seminar or the phone number, mybigestreturn.com. mybigestreturn.com.
Have you heard?
If you can get what our state attorney on, McKenzie, do that for me, Axe. Dan McKenzie, thank you. Man, this article is unbelievable.
He ran to the bathroom, but I'll tell him when he gets back.
Oh, thank you, Zach. Appreciate it.
No problem.
I texted him too. I don't know if he's monitoring his cell phone.
What did you want to ask Dan McKenzie?
Ask Dan McKenzie about what happens when, somebody dies and there's bills against the estate. I just want to ask him some general estate questions on how much effort you have to make to find the creditors and that kind of stuff.
Thanks.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK with Major Marc Mager. And Liz, we're trying to get our attorney on. We may try to do that in the next few minutes to get an answer for you. If you could, we can either call you back if you want to leave a number. But here's the main question is, what do you do? Okay. I do know that there is an effort you have to make to see if there are any creditors against the estate, and then you have to try to make sure the bills are settled. I do know also, if you do take money knowing there is something out there, or if a creditor, if you do avoid a creditor and they see and they think you tried to avoid them, they can come after you personally for whatever money you took out. But as far as how much the mom gets and how much each sibling gets, I'm not sure where you're getting that, because I don't see in the law where it says half goes to the mom. Did you actually read that, Liz, or did somebody tell you that? Liz?
To creditors?
Yeah.
Yes.
So where did you read about that?
Everything goes to creditors first. It was Texas law because it's in Texas.
Okay. So he doesn't practice in Texas, but he might have an idea. That's going to be weird. Okay, so this is Texas law. It could be then that's what you do. You know what, Axe? Maybe Dan. I don't think Dan McKenzie will probably answer for Texas. We've had this happen before where it's out of state. But in any case, Liz, here's the bottom line. In most estates, I know you can't ignore creditors, but I'm not sure what kind of an effort you have to make to find them. Each state has a different kind of requirement, whether you have to advertise, really literally advertise it, or you simply wait to see if anybody had claims against her or mailed her bills. Do you know if she has any actual bills? Have you looked at her mail?
Yes, I know she had one small credit card bill of about $1,000, and then the bulk of it was her last 10 days in the hospital.
Okay, how old was she?
And she was 64.
So so it wasn't Medicare or what?
No, she didn't have she had gotten ill the year before and was in the process of applying for Medicare. And she had an appointment to go. It hadn't taken place. She got sick. And so she pretty much had no insurance. And we were in the process of helping her. And then she took a turn and she died. And, that was, we were gonna speak with the hospital ourselves, but then she died and nobody's ever returned our call at the hospital.
Yeah. The hospital bills, basically creditors are paid from the estate. I just looked up the Texas law, and you have to open it, and then the administrator identifies assets and debts. You have to gather the creditors you have to notify them by state law. Okay, unsecured creditors may be sent notice, but it has to be within a certain time. So really, what you need to do is probably hire an attorney down there to take care of it, but it's going to eat up that $60,000 in no time. I'm thinking $5,000 probably in probate costs for a Texas attorney. And then whatever money is there, if the hospital decides to go after it, you're not going to have anything left. I mean, in 10 days, she ate up $55,000 in no time. I mean, it.
Oh yeah, I think it was more than that.
Yeah,
actually.
So really, and did she have a home?
No, she had an apartment.
Okay.
And she had some stuff there, but I know that her other brother went and took the stuff out of that, whatever he wanted. So.
Okay. Well, in Texas, you don't have to. I'm reading more. You don't have to contact each and every creditor individual. You have to do a public notice. And so first of all, you open probate, and then the court issues a letters of administration naming you as the personal representative. And then you have to publish what they call, what's really weird is how they're still using newspapers nowadays when, they're going out. But you have to advertise in a newspaper of general circulation in the county where the probate is. So you go to that county and find the largest newspaper serving that county, and you have to publish a notice. Then you wait to see if any claims come in. And so you may want to do that part of it. You may want to do that. Opening up the probate and putting a notice out isn't going to cost that much. So once you do that, then if no claims come forward, you guys can just proceed. And if there are a lot of claims, just let them, take it from the estate. That's what I would do. But that's really up to you. Start at least with maybe a notification. You can call an attorney down there, and just for a few, just to get for a couple $1,000s, they'll probably take you through the first step of opening the probate and then putting out notifications. And Liz, if no one comes forward, then it may be worth going the rest of the way. 303-713-8255. I'm Tom Martino, and we're going to come back and talk a little more about peptides as well. I want to remind you about RenewHomeInnovations.com. They're beautiful Italian porcelain showers, custom made for you. And it only takes 2 or 3 days to get it done with imported Italian porcelain. They're direct importers, and you get to pay in a year with no interest, no payments if you want. RenewHomeInnovations.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we've had a lot of problems on I-25. In fact, the latest was southbound at 6th Avenue, which is just cleared out. Left lane was affected there with either a stall or an accident, but in any case, it is backed up to I-70. It's pretty solid coming in through downtown. It should start to break a little bit. We had a crash in the Tech Center northbound at Orchard. That's clear. Looks much better there. And, of course, up north, looks like we're doing much better also with some earlier problems up around 104th Avenue. If you're on E470, the toll highway northbound at 104th, construction has traffic backed up. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Monty Montgomery, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, one man shares a story of how hawking hot dogs at MLB games changed his life. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
ExcelRoofing.com. Excel, that's EXCEL, as in excellent. You want these guys, man. You won't find a better roofing company. So if you're buying or selling and you need a roof and it's self-pay, go on the website, get your price right up front on the front page of the website in 2 or 3 minutes. Or if your insurance is paying, call Excel first to make sure you have damage. They'll inspect your roof without making you sign a contract. No, they don't do that. And they never take a cent until you're content. They also do windows, siding, and painting. You can trust Excel. ExcelRoofing.com. 303-761-6400. Gutter cleanings at $99 with some conditions that apply. 303-761-6400.
You know, can you imagine a retirement account that gives you an instant 21% bonus to start growing your money? And when the stock market goes up, you're going to participate. But when the stock market goes down, you're going to lock in all those gains you made every single year. And as the account grows and you get closer to retirement, you can then turn on the income stream. That means you're going to get a certain amount of money every single month till the day you die. Money you can't outlive. The other thing is the long-term care benefits with this annuity. But I want you to find out the information from Joseph Chiano. Call him up, talk to him about your retirement. He will give you all the information. Go to mymoneymyway.com. That's mymoneymyway.com.
Men, if your energy
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so we started out our discussion, and we do want you to call on anything. We'll take your calls right away. We were talking about estates. We were talking about moving. We're talking about homeowners insurance. So whatever's on your mind, anything at all, it's Media with a Purpose, where we solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. 303-MARTINO is a good number, 24/7, or 303-713 talk 713-8255. Okay, so let's go to the subject of peptides again. BPC 157 is a peptide a lot of people are talking about today, and I want to recap that. And then somebody asked about another one called BP 150. I think it's 150. I'll look at it anyway. Recap what TB 500. What is TB 500?
So that's another peptide.
But what does it do?
It gets combined. Oftentimes it gets combined with BPC 157.
And what does it? Does it in itself do something, or?
Yeah, it does basically very similar things. It increases healing speed, increases recovery, increases the plasticity of ligaments and tendons. So it just increases the body's healing ability.
So are all peptides basically used to increase the healing, or are there other peptides that do other things?
There's other peptides that do other things. There's another category of peptides that improve cognitive function.
No, really? How? Yeah. Okay, I want to know about that. Somebody asked about that they heard there was one that can actually enhance the brain.
There's two that are very popular. One is called C-Lank, and the other is called Samax. And they both improve like the efficiency of neurons, how well the brain and the nervous system communicate with each other, eliminate brain fog.
Really?
Yeah.
Are there any risks to these at all? Like, for example, I'm just going to say it right away. I'm a cancer survivor so far, right? Yeah. Doing well, doing great. Do any of these have risks for, that they can contribute to cellular growth or do harm? Like the one you're talking about with the brain function, do you know if it would have any negative effects at all? Or do you know what the side effects are?
So when it comes to cancer, as a general rule, we don't prescribe peptides to anyone who hasn't been cancer-free for at least 2 years.
Oh, why is that?
And the reason why is particularly with the growth hormone stimulating peptides, theoretically.
Well, yeah, the growth, I can see that one. Why? Because if you had a tumor, it may make it grow faster.
Right.
But I don't see that. I'm trying to think of that as a downside. But just hear me out here. What if you did have something growing inside you? What harm? And again, people, I'm not telling you to do this, but what harm would it be if it made it grow faster and you discovered it? In other words, if it's already in you, that's the part I've never understood. It doesn't actually create the cancer, right?
No, and there's no real evidence that it even does these things we're talking about. There's no documented proof of that.
But you like to see people cancer-free for a couple of years.
Yeah, we just don't want to take any unnecessary risks. We want to use an abundance of caution.
All right, people, we're going to be talking about specific peptides and what they do coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. What makes
small.
The risk of flash flooding remains important in the Northeast following severe storms that swept through. Areas of eastern Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York received 3 to 6 inches of rain. Water rescues are underway from Tennessee to New Hampshire, and a tornado was confirmed in Sac, Maryland. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Colorado health officials are warning of a sharp increase in salmonella cases. More than 250 cases have been reported since July 1st, double the average number of cases typically seen in the month. Investigators have not identified a source of the outbreak, and no food, restaurant, or supplier has been linked to the illness. Symptoms include diarrhea, fever, stomach cramps, nausea, and vomiting. Anyone experiencing those symptoms should contact a healthcare provider. Thousands of Denver fans were disappointed Tuesday night after country star Megan Maloney canceled the show at Ball Arena. Concert goers say Maloney was forced to stop the performance after just 2 songs due to an illness. Videos posted on social media captured the emotional moment when she broke the news to the crowd.
I saw that girl that took me for the obviously consumption. I just can't play this show tonight. I won't make it up tonight. I absolutely promise I'll be back next time.
Maloney says the show has been rescheduled for August 27th, and all tickets from Tuesday night's performance will be honored. And lastly, big news in U.S. men's soccer, reportedly keeping head coach Pochettino to the 2030 World Cup. With the latest, I'm Sam Steck.
Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, we've got a crash down on 270 as you're heading westbound. This is up near Vasquez. It looks like the left lane is blocked. It is backed up all the way to I-70. Pretty solid jam. The eastbound side's been busy on I-76 too there as well. If you're on I-70 to the east, you take that before the Willow. Just get to I-70 and I-25. That will save you some time. I-25 through downtown's been a little busy. Had some earlier problems there as those head down to the Denver Text Manager. Go over to this top spot with traffic on John.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Marc Mager, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, one man shares a story of how hawking hot dogs at MLB games changed his life. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
Is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 18th and 19th at T-Mobile Arena. Streaming live on Disney Plus and Hulu. Weekend full of superstar performances.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Shows, meals, drinks, even a roller coaster ride. All inclusive 2-night stay at Luxor or Excalibur. Starting at $330 for 2. Visit MGMResorts.com. You need a pill? Use only Shenway this as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hello, Tom Martino here. WaterPros.net will get you the best water systems at the lowest prices, period. If you're moving into a home, trying to sell a home, or you just want great water, a whole house softening system, along with reverse osmosis drinking water, the entire system, just $3,600 fully installed. You will never find that anywhere else. WaterPros.net, 303-862-5554. So what's on your mind today? How can we help you? I have Dr. Joel Cherdak with us from DenverRegen.com. We're talking about, of course, they do stem cell therapy. I have a few texted questions on that. They also do peptides, which are relatively new in medicine. I mean, people use peptides directly now, as opposed to letting their body do the work. They can supplement their peptides. Basically, it's a health hack, and a lot of people are using it. And we'll talk about peptides. For example, we got Dave who wants to ask a question. Bring Dave up. There's a peptide that can help, that has stimulate your growth hormone and can help you in healing ligaments and muscles and tendons. And there are some peptides that can help cognitive abilities, which, and that that is important. Dave, what is your question?
Yeah, I'm in discussion already about ordering the BPC 157 with the TB 500. And I guess the injection, the depth of the injection, and injecting right on. I have torn rotator cuffs, and
they're tiny injections. So they're like with an insulin needle, really tiny.
So your question is injecting it directly into the affected area?
Yes.
So, if you know which rotator cuff tendons have tears in them, then you can target the injection to those areas, whether it's the back side of your shoulder or the front side of your shoulder. But really, getting near the area is going to be what the goal is, because the depth of the injection is going to be the length of an insulin needle, which is about a half an inch at the most.
If that, yeah.
If that. So you're really just getting into the subcutaneous area, not really deep into the muscle. And the objective is to get close to the affected area so that the peptide will kind of seep through your tissue into that area. It just puts a more concentrated amount of the peptide directly in proximity to the area that it needs to be treated, rather than doing it subcutaneously in your abdomen, which you usually use if you're trying to treat the entire body. So it doesn't have to be, you're not trying to inject it directly into the tear. You're just trying to get closer to it so there's a higher concentration of the peptide near the affected area, so it can get through to that area and start doing, through the blood flow to that area, it can start doing work in that area. Does that make sense to you?
So yes, I have two. I have a I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, subscapularis.
Subscapularis. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I can it just feels like it's close to the skin, so I can basically punch right in there.
Yeah, at a 45-degree angle, you'll inject the needle all the way in, and it's a small needle. It's about a half an inch total. So you'll inject it.
Yeah.
So if it were me, I would be doing it on the back side of my shoulder on that side. And any of the skin around where your scapula is on the backside of your shoulder. And getting in that general area is going to be good enough, because it's going to just get into your bloodstream and the small blood vessels and flow first to that affected area. So like I said, you're not trying to get directly into where the tear is. You're just trying to get close so that you have a high concentration in that area.
Okay, very good. That was my concern. Didn't want to stab it into the bone. That might hurt, but
no,
very good.
and that needle won't go into a bone. It's so small. Yeah. Edward, you have a question. What's going on with you, Edward?
I was just wondering if their treatment works on tendonitis.
It works really well on tendonitis. That's one of the indications for BPC. And like the other gentleman said, TB 500. So often BPC 157 is combined with TB 500. And we talk to patients about that combination. They both do the same thing of increasing healing and recovery, particularly with tendonitis. So if it's not an actual muscle tear and it's just inflammation of the tendon, which is the definition of tendonitis, this peptide works very well for that. We get really great results with our patients.
So what do? They they do their own injections, and you ship them the peptides.
Correct. Well, they get the peptides shipped directly from the compounding pharmacy.
Okay.
We send in the prescription to the compounding pharmacy that ships the peptides directly to them.
And then the insulin needles are easy to use.
Yeah, everything. There's instructions, and then you can talk to our patient coordinator if you have any questions about how to do it.
Yeah, they can always help you do it if you need it. And do you have any other questions, Edward, on that?
No, that answers all my questions.
All
I
right.
appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Edward. And here's what I want to know. We have BPC 157. We have TB 500. So TB 500 does things differently than BPC 157?
Well, they're both they both work similarly. They're just derived from different. They're the BPC 157 was found in gut mucosa, and it was found to be the body's healing signal for regenerating and restoring the gut. But they also found that it worked great in healing other parts of the body.
Okay.
TB 500.
And we naturally make these peptides.
We naturally make these peptides, or something that very closely resembles them. They might change the order of the amino acids slightly, or change the amino acids to make it more effective in the body, but they mimic the peptide that naturally exists. So TB500 works the same way, but it's extracted from the thymus. It was found in the thymus gland, and it does the same thing. It increases metabolism, increases healing, increases cell turnover, and decreases inflammation. So when you combine those two together, you get a more profound effect on regeneration and healing and recovery.
Okay, I'm going to be talking about more peptides, what they do if you have more. But D, you have a question?
Yeah, Joel, let's get back to the brain peptides for a moment. You said that they're really helpful for people who have brain fog, and that seems to be increasingly common for some reason as people age.
I know it.
Now, thankfully, I don't suffer from that. So what I'm looking for is something that will kind of protect my brain health, kind of preclude both the brain fog and the normal age-related deterioration of cognitive functions. Would any of these peptides help me right now to achieve that goal and maintain my brain health? And if so, to what extent? Is it something I would feel, or is it just I kind of like know that, well, I'm protected, kind of like if I take vitamins, I don't really feel any different tomorrow. So tell me about these brain peptides.
Well, there's a number of them, but the one that's been studied the most is one called SELENK, SELENK. And it's been studied for treating stroke victims. So what it's been shown to do is increase blood flow to neurons, increase blood vessel growth in the brain, and increase neuronal function.
Even to healthy people, that not necessarily are recovering from an injury. Okay.
And then there's other peptides that work sort of indirectly. So there's one that's very popular called MOTS-C. And that's one that improves mitochondrial health. It helps your cells create more mitochondria per cell. So the mitochondria are like the battery pack in your cell that does all the metabolism and gives you all your energy and all your cells. Now, neurons, the big cells that, control your thinking and your memory and work in your brain and other parts of your body, those cells have mitochondria as well. And so anything that's going to increase metabolism, increase the number of mitochondria, and protect the mitochondria are going to be neuroprotective and increase, and help protect your brain.
Joe, I believe you 100%, but is it something I'm going to feel after a few days, a few weeks, a few months, or is it just something that should be done, from my perspective?
I'll tell you what, let's bring that up again. I need to take this break. I also want to basically ask people, and Michael, hang on for a sec, ask people if you want to make a list of these peptides, get a pen out or do it on your phone, and let's figure out what you need. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
It's the Dan Kaplan Show.
You are
Afternoons,
talking
4 to
like
6.
this. If you're talking like this, people can't really hear you that well. I mean, it's extremely important.
Could that possibly be true?
Yeah, but just this is the best way.
Okay.
All right. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. He is a proactive real estate broker. That means he sells most of what he lists. He's the Lifetime Achievement Award winner from RE/MAX, 30 years in the business. He knows what your home's worth, and he's going to list it for a price that invites multiple offers. Don't be tricked by other brokers who want to list too high. They scare off potential buyers. Frank's approach gets multiple offers. He sells for more money and quicker than the market average, and he can prove it with stats. And you get a free professional house cleaning with every listing, and he does outbound marketing, of course, multi-list, video tours, and outbound marketing campaigns on all major social media platforms. Call Frank, 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. Hey, when it comes to plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, I know Fix It 24/7 for years and years. They are the pros that want to come to your home and fix things, not just drum up replacements. By the way, they do free second opinions for all replacements, so you can never go wrong. And for $39, if you've never had it done, they will do a complete AC refurbishment. They take it apart, they strip it down, they clean every nook and cranny, put it back together, clean and tune it. It's fixmyhome.com. Book now, just $39. So call Fix It 24/7, 720-526-3939.
So I heard. Appreciate the invitation.
Is it really good? Thank you, man. You're doing a great job. That I am so happy for you guys. I hope they appreciate you. Really. All right, man. I'll see you. Okay, I'll see you. Bye. Hey, Mark, someone wants to know, are you there?
Yep.
Someone wants to know, did you work with JJ's Towing? They want to know if you have a phone number. They want to use a tow company. Do we know any other good tow? Is JJ still around?
Yep.
Anybody else?
There's a ton of tow truck people around. I don't know anybody.
None personally except them.
Just JoJo, JJ.
Okay. Yeah, they have a 4.9 rating. Holy shit.
It's mostly private kind of stuff.
Yeah, he wants to know about it. I'm just going to text it to him. Hello, Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, along with Major Marc Mager, Dr. Joel Cherdak, and we got Deputy D in the house, Deputy Doc in the house, and we have Michael on the line. If you have a question about peptides, or, that's a new trend in healthcare for sure, peptides. And also, any kind of hormone replacement like, we were talking about testosterone when it comes to denverregen.com or stem cell therapy. And go ahead, Michael. What is your question?
Yeah, I just was able to tune in about 10 minutes ago, so I apologize if this has already been asked.
Sure.
But I have a right shoulder with 3 tears, a cyst, and it's supposed to be full of arthritis.
Wow.
Is there a solution with peptides?
Well, it depends how bad.
Stem cell therapy could help there, too.
That would really probably be the best solution for the condition that this gentleman is talking about. Yeah, so you've got have several rotator cuff tears. Is that what you said?
3.
Yeah. So really, the best solution is going to be to look at stem cell therapy to repair that. And as long as they're not completely ruptured tendons, stem cell therapy can do a really good job of regenerating the joint and regenerating the ligaments and the tendons of the rotator cuff. Yeah, the only other option besides that would be surgery, which would not give you as good a result because you're going to have scar tissue, and that's going to limit your range of motion. And also, the degenerative arthritis isn't going to be addressed with just a rotator cuff surgery. With the stem cell procedure, you'll be able to treat both the degenerative arthritis and the rotator cuff tears as well. So that would be my recommendation: would be to look into that, and we can certainly help you determine whether that's going to be a good decision for you to make or not.
Do you have a lot of pain, Michael?
Yeah, the only it has been before, but I live with it right now, just waiting for the convenient time to get the replacement done, which was the only option I was given. And
replacement would be a major deal.
Right. I would say
look at stem cells first.
What we can potentially do, and we're not saying that we're going to give you 100% decrease in pain and 100% function, though we might. But what we might be able to provide you with is enough relief and enough healing that you may be able to avoid the surgery altogether. And another advantage of doing a stem cell procedure is even in a few years from now, if you start having the same symptoms start to return, you just redo another stem cell procedure. You don't have to go through a surgical revision. Once surgery is done, that's pretty much you're stuck with it, and that's the end of it. That's the end of the line. Whereas with stem cell therapy, you may be able to get the results you want and keep a lot of the function without losing the range of motion that I talked about from scar tissue related to the surgery itself. Plus, you won't have to go through the whole rehabilitation process of trying to rehabilitate a shoulder replacement, which can take a long time and be rather uncomfortable.
Okay. Do you have any other questions, Michael?
Well, yeah, I'm real interested in that. The other is, will it make me look better, and will it improve my personality?
No, nothing can help there, Michael. You need a good woman for that. That's what's going to help you.
That's a different procedure.
Yes. 303-713-TALK or 303 Martino too. Hey, so I want to know the major peptides being used nowadays in clinics or that you use for people, because there are some that help cognitive abilities. A lot of them, though, have the growth hormone boost. Why is that? A lot of them do growth hormone. Growth hormone seems to be in a lot of them, not all of them.
Right. Well, it's a popular category of peptides for people because improving the production of growth hormone has so many positive effects on the body. It's going to slow down aging. It's going to increase metabolism. It's going to increase your skeletal muscle. It's also going to decrease your visceral fat and unhealthy fats that are in your body. It's going to help with sleep, and it's going to help with overall energy and metabolism. So that's why it's adding growth hormone and having your body produce more of it has so many positive effects, and that's why those particular peptides are so popular. So there's a number of them, and they work in different ways, but they all basically have the same effect of stimulating your pituitary gland to produce a maximum amount of growth hormone.
Okay, there's one called thymosin alpha 1 that is supposed to help with the immune system, to boost the immune system, and helps prevent viral infections. It actually says cancer treatment support and immune deficiencies it helps with. That's amazing. I don't know if you've heard of that one.
Yeah, and sometimes we recommend that instead of the TB500 to combine with the BPC 157. Depending on what a patient wants to treat. And all of those questions can be answered by just reaching out to our clinic and speaking with our patient coordinator, who's extremely knowledgeable in all of these peptides and what they do.
Sure. And what is mitochondrial peptide?
So that's what I was just speaking with Dimitri about. So mitochondrial stimulating peptides, the most popular one is called MOTS-C.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, MOTS-C.
MOTS-C is becoming very popular, and what it does is
by the way, for those listening, it's MOTS-C.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, that's an acronym.
Yeah, it stands for something.
I can't remember exactly. But what it does is it stimulates the cells of the body to produce more mitochondria per cell. And the mitochondria are the battery packs or the power plants of the cells.
Okay. Dustin, by the way, has a question. Let's take him real quick and we can continue. Dustin, go ahead. What's on your mind?
So obviously there's a lot of talk about peptides and all the various treatments, and it's pretty exciting. I live up in Fort Collins, and my wife is having some hip issues, cartilage wear, and other things going on that she'd been reading peptides might be an option. But I'd heard that you have to be very selective where you order these from because some places aren't offering the best product, like they have lead and other weird things in them. So I guess where is a safe place to order these from?
So I think
know that we're getting a pure kind of high grade.
So what you're talking about is the impurities can be in those peptides that people buy from online outlets that clearly state not for human consumption or for research purposes only. When you get them from a compounding pharmacy that requires an MD's prescription, you're getting the quality control of an actual compounding pharmacy, which is under state regulations for purity, for human safety, and for, to make sure that those drugs are safe. So anything you're getting, you want to make sure it's coming from a compound pharmacy. And the only way you're going to get that is with a doctor's prescription.
Okay, so really with a compounding pharmacy, they're a real pharmacy. I mean, you're going to get the best results.
Right. The only difference between a compounding pharmacy and like your Walgreens is that your Walgreens is under FDA regulation and oversight by the federal government, and compounding pharmacies are under state regulation and state guidelines,
and also
are regulated by the state.
Compounding pharmacies, by their sheer name, they compound. They make a lot, like, Walgreens won't make a drug, but they won't combine ingredients to make something, whereas compounding pharmacies can do that.
Right. And the compounding pharmacies make these peptides.
Right. Okay, we have more coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, Apple Air. Remember, Apple Air for your AC or your air conditioning units, or your furnace. Apple Air, that's air with an E, appleair.com. Family owned, owned and operated since 1988. Great warranties, great service, great people. Appleair.com.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, we are looking at a major delay on 270 right now. If you're heading westbound, we're tied up at Vasquez, left lane crash. One lane squeezing around, but it's backed up on I-70. And I-70 is tied up almost back to Peoria. The eastbound side of 270 is also jamming with a lot of curiosity. We got I-70 running slow ahead of that, also back to I-25, 225 in from Parker. A little bit of traffic on I-25 coming in and out of downtown. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Monty Montgomery, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, one man shares a story of how hawking hot dogs at MLB games changed his life. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, if you're looking for windows, you go to a company that sells one kind of window, guess what they're going to sell you? Gravina's has 50 lines of windows. They can find one for you. I've referred people to Gravina's, and they have rave reviews, not only for windows, but siding and doors. And it's family owned and operated for like 65 years. They even trademarked the name Gravina's, 950 West Evans, 303 Gravina. Low maintenance or no maintenance products, energy efficient products, and beautiful products. 303 Gravina. All right. I don't know what the hell is, it's almost like I took a diuretic or something. Shit. Enjoy that on YouTube, by the way. Jeez. You love that, don't you?
Subtle gold, set that glossy white dial with the texture. 1994 production, so premium. All I have to do is go to 47th Street in Manhattan to grab it. For that price, it might be worth that trip to me. It definitely would be. It's a reputable 47th Street dealer. Those guys go up with such tiny margins.
Do they really?
Yeah, I mean, you would think they make a bundle, but their average prices, their average markup is like their average margin that they end up with after all the bargaining and back and forth is about $300 per.
Oh my God.
Yeah. They just have to move like many every day.
That kind of sucks. I would hate to have a business like that.
Me too.
Because you've got like that high value inventory that you're only making a little bit off of, and then you've got to have the security of, I mean, I guess if you're insured, but still.
They're not insured against fakes, and they do occasionally end up getting fooled.
Yeah.
And that fake is going to set them back a month or two.
Yeah, because of the small margin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's a high stress business. Can you imagine all these negotiations you got to do every day just to make 300 times 8?
Some people have that skill set.
They thrive on those guys. They thrive. This is
They're
what they do.
born to do it.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of what I like to
Stay
be involved.
here. Yeah. Just an endless stream of one-time deals is no way to build wealth.
It's a tough business. There's a lot of tough businesses out there.
This is one of these watches. They're not exclusive. They're a commodity. This manufacturer makes about 1.6 million per year.
1.6 million of what?
That's what they made last year.
That's a lot.
Produced items, and yet they have to maintain this illusion of exclusivity. Martha,
You love him?
I just love that one.
Oh.
That's it. I don't want any of that. I just love this one for a second. And I don't like the company. Don't like the dealers. I just want that particular product. I'm not a fan of it. Oh, Joe, not to mention, there's a risk of getting shot and killed in your office when you've got this inventory. You know, it's
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Major Marc Mager on the other end. We have Dr. Joel Cherdak in talking about peptides and also whatever you want, like stem cell therapy they do. Sandra, what's going on with you, Sandra? Welcome to the show.
Hi, I have a question for Dr. Joel.
Yes.
I have a medical condition called idiopathic trochlear nerve palsy or fourth nerve palsy. Have you ever heard of using peptides to help overcome that or help it out?
Can you explain, Sandra, first of all, what that condition is, just in layman's terms?
Sure. The trochlear nerve is a nerve that helps control eye alignment. And so because I have this palsy, my eyes are not aligned. One of them droops. And the condition, apparently I've had it all my life, but because I am older now, my brain is tired and cannot continue to put out the strength to keep that eye aligned with the other eye, so it droops.
Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard of the condition before. I have not heard of any peptide to particularly treat that condition.
Right.
And I wouldn't want to make any claims or promises that any of them would be effective in doing so. My feeling about it would be is that it is a nerve connected to a muscle issue. So anything that might increase your neuronal strength or the signals going from your nerves to your muscles might help. So the cognitive peptides, Salink and Samax, which increase neuronal function, or even MOTS-C that increases mitochondrial production, is going to increase the energy of those cells. And that might have a positive effect. It certainly wouldn't hurt you, but to suggest that it's going to cure or significantly ameliorate the symptoms you're having is not something that I would want to say to you.
Okay, that's great.
Well,
but even if I could get any relief, that would help.
Well, it's not expensive treatment.
No, it's worth probably, we start everyone on a 2-month course because after 8 weeks, you want people to take at least a 2 to 4 week break anyway to reset your receptors. So that's typically how our program is. So it might be worth doing 8 weeks of one of those peptides or a combination of peptides, and our patient coordinator can help you decide which one or which.
So what does your patient coordinator do?
So he answers patients, he takes the initial leads, gets information, whether we're talking about stem cells or peptides, and then can answer people's questions about either one of those, or hormone replacement.
So I tell people to go to denverregen.com.
Right.
Can we also use that phone number, 720-583?
Yeah.
1648, 720-583-1648. So Sandra, if you call that number, is it Ty we're talking about?
Ty we're talking about.
Ty is the patient coordinator. He worked with me, and they really have a good system. It's pretty efficient, and you can do a virtual meeting with the doctor even, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
everybody does.
Yeah. denverregen.com, 720-583-1648. 1648. So when we're talking about peptides, there is another one somebody wants to know about. AOD 9604, supposed to be some kind of fat burner or something.
That is not something I'm familiar with.
Okay. But are there ones that help metabolize fat or burn fat?
The only ones that I know of that we offer in our clinic are the GLP-1s. But also growth hormone stimulating peptides are going to help burn fat because they're going to convert fat into muscle on their own. Even the mitochondrial stimulating peptides are going to increase metabolism.
So the main ones that you have the ones for the GLP-1, obviously for losing weight.
And the newest GLP-1, retatrutide.
Okay.
Which is becoming very popular.
And why is that so popular? What is that doing better?
Because it's 3 peptides in one, whereas
okay.
So the newest addition to that GLP-1 is called glucagon stimulating peptide, and what it does is it increases muscle metabolism. So it simulates what you would do if you were exercising. So that way you retain more lean muscle as you lose fat. Because some of the problems with the original GLP-1s are people are losing weight, but they're losing all kinds of weight. They're losing fat, they're losing muscle.
But I've heard there are even peptides to help build muscle.
The growth hormone stimulating peptide.
Okay. So growth stimulating hormones for healing, you have the weight loss. You have the one for cognitive abilities.
Yes.
Now there's supposed to be another one for overall longevity.
Epithalon.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you know about that?
So epithalon
what does it do?
There's been studies on epithalon that show that it increases your body's production of an enzyme called telomerase. And so what I'll explain.
I think I call them telomeres or something, but it's like where they get short as you get older.
So the best way that I have of explaining this is that your telomere is the end of your chromosome.
Right. It's like a tail.
It's like a tail. So what it's similar to is, you know, that plastic piece on the end of your shoelace that keeps your shoelace from fraying?
Exactly.
That's kind of what a telomere is. It keeps your chromosomes from degrading.
Right.
But as your cells divide, which all your cells divide, you know, the speed at which they divide depends on the tissue type, but they all divide. And when you create a new cell, you lose a little bit of material in that chromosome as it divides and creates a new chromosome, a copy of itself. So copy after copy after copy starts to degrade.
Does this actually lengthen the telomeres?
It keeps it from degrading.
Okay.
So it keeps that plastic shoelace piece.
Right. Got it. Is there anything that helps it grow back longer like it was when we were younger?
You know, interestingly, meditation has been shown to increase telomere length. Yeah.
Really?
By a small percentage over the course of a year. They did some studies, so you can find them online. Meditation and telomere increase. So there's lifestyle changes.
Mark, how much do you meditate, Mark? I mean, I bet you his telomeres are pretty long. Anyway, so that one do you guys do the one for longevity?
Yeah, epithalon. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We often combine it with other things.
So in a compounding pharmacy with you, I can do it all with one injection instead of having to do 3 or 4.
Depends. There are some of them that are blended together in one vial that you get from the compounding pharmacy. Stacks, they call them. Sometimes you'll have several different vials and you need to inject each individual one.
I even see one here, GHK for hair.
For hair, what GHK?
Man, you know about a lot of these when I'm mentioning these. Did you study all of them?
Well, people call with questions all
the
time.
Okay. But what about this GHK CU?
One thing that I might want to add here is that if you go to the Denver Regenerative Medicine YouTube channel, you'll see a video I've made about pretty much all of these different peptides. But GHK-Cu, we often combine that in a blend of other peptides that includes BPC 157, TB 500, and growth stimulating hormone like ipamorelin.
Has it been shown to help with hair?
So it does help with hair growth, but what it really does is it increases the collagen linkages. And so those are the things that start to degrade as we get older. That's why you get some hair loss. That's why you get some wrinkles and fine lines. So the GHK-Cu increases the production of collagen and helps link it together so that it holds your hair in place, if you will, but also fine lines and wrinkles and general skin and nail appearance are helped out with that.
Okay. By the way, we had a call yesterday, and I'm going to take it after the break. The husband left his employment and they got private insurance. They're having a hell of a time. I wanted to bring up our insurance expert after the break from Integra Insurance to see if they have any kind of recommendations or suggestions for them. We'll do that. And then we have Kana who wants to talk about mold. All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
through Commerce City, I-270 westbound after Vasquez. We've got a left lane blocked due to an accident with stopped up traffic all the way back from I-70. 270, usually a pretty slow highway. We are seeing about 45 minutes of delays. You may want to avoid this one. We are seeing a lot of traffic on westbound I-70 diverting around this one. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds to start off your afternoon downtown commute. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Monty Montgomery, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, one man shares a story of how hawking hot dogs at MLB games changed his life. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, if you want a company you can trust, a contractor you can trust, discountbath.com. You know, that alone, having a company that is dependable and does great work is something in these days. And you can trust Discount Bath not only to do a beautiful bathroom, but at a discount, better than most prices you'll ever see. And they are so confident you'll go with them. They do all the preliminary work up front, the walking of the project or the planning and the materials breakout and the estimate, all free of charge. Discountbath.com. Whether you want to do just a beautiful walk-in shower for $9,888 fully installed, or you want to do a whole bath, you want to remodel, or you want to just do a brand new bath from scratch, maybe in that roughed-in area in the basement. Whatever it is, when it comes to baths, you will get a discount. You will get great prices, and you will get great craftsmanship from discountbath.com. 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322. Sheridan Auto Tech. I love these guys, okay? I go to them with a brand new car. Forget going to the dealer. You'll save a ton of money. Now, obviously, if you need warranty work, you can go to the dealer. But for everything else, you can go to SheridanAutotech.com, including you can go for electrical issues, minor or major maintenance and repairs. He treats everyone like family. That's why I call him Uncle Kevin. SheridanAutotech.com on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. It's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from. 303-455-7240. 303-455-7242. In Colorado, you're
I got a good complaint on you today, Martino.
Good. Really? What is it about? Can you talk about it?
It's, yeah, we can talk about it. Here, I'll send it to you, though, so you have it.
Cool.
It's got to be the dumbest complaint I've ever heard. Generally, when JoJo sends me something, I did it, not you. This one's all you. Wait, geez. I'll send it to you too, Dimitri, because I'm sure you were part of it.
Now, wait a minute. Did I give permission for you to slander me with him?
Okay, now you guys should both have it in your... It starts off, Dear Station Management.
Mark, did you... Oh, Tom, could you please turn on my mic for a sec? Mark, did you host the Dan Kaplan show a few days ago?
Yeah, not a few days, a week ago.
I had no idea. I would have listened.
No, he does.
Oh. Were there any complaints about that?
He does open. He's done open talk before.
Dude, invite me next time and we'll generate like a record number of complaints about Dan Kaplan's show.
Yeah. Read this one that Tom got, though. It's classic. She even cites the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Association.
No, I never mentioned Israeli company at all. I never mentioned that. I said that once in my life.
It was Mark that mentioned them last week.
No, I never mentioned. Okay, I don't do that. I said it just happens to be.
I didn't say anything.
I never mentioned.
I didn't.
I listened to the YouTube.com video.
I'm looking at it right here. The Troubleshooter Show, hosted by Tom Martino.
No, but Mark,
this aired on Tuesday.
I never asked the guy, were you dealing with an Israeli company? I'll guarantee I've never asked. In fact, let's pull that call. Hey, how can we easily pull that call on
here?
YouTube?
Let me look.
Go ahead.
She does say 1:40. Let me look.
Yeah, 1:40 Tuesday, July 21st.
If you give me a timestamp of like when.
Yeah, he says it was July 21st.
No, but I'll look it up. Hold on.
About 1:40.
I'll find it on YouTube.
And by the way,
give me the timestamp, I can play
this
it on
complaint
the show.
is factually incorrect. Nobody asked the caller if it was an Israeli owner. Mark just blurted out, and they're from Israel. Or
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, Mark, all kidding aside, though, I truly wouldn't have ever said. Now, I did mention.
I'm going to find out here in a second.
Okay, good. I mentioned one time. Oh, well, I don't know if you did, but I mentioned one time.
I don't even know what's wrong with saying it, but
no,
I don't think I
did say one time that a bunch of companies involved in these moving scams happen to be owned by. Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's go to the phones. And we have Nicole who called, and I just wanted to run this by Integra Insurance, our health insurance brokers and experts. We use them. We refer them. My daughter's using them now. They're wonderful people. This is John from Integra. John, here, let me sum up Nicole's problem. And Nicole, you can listen, and we'll bring you up. But basically, her husband left his employment and they got private insurance. Okay? And he has a heart condition and saw a cardiologist, but they can't get anything paid for from the new company. The new company is Detego, Detego. And when we look online, we find terrible ratings on Detego. Can you shed some light on that?
Sure. And I mean, so Detego primarily exists as a TPA. They're not a health plan. They're a third-party administrator for small to mid-sized groups to administer health benefits. But it's also it's this gig care, like this gig economy, gig care for individuals and sole proprietors as well. And so one of the benefits that allows them to be part of this under this TPA that administers health benefits, access to doctors, health plans, and it's not Affordable Care Act qualified, and it's a lot more. It can be, depending on the individual or the family, it can be more affordable, potentially significantly more affordable than what you get through the Affordable Care Act. But it's not Affordable Care Act qualified, and so with these Detego plans, my understanding is you do have to go through medical underwriting. When you're signing up for these plans, they ask health questions. Pre-existing conditions are not covered. So if you're having difficulties or issues with claims that are tied to or related to a pre-existing condition, this plan is not designed for that. It's not designed for someone who takes prescription drug or high-cost prescription drugs or anyone who has pre-existing conditions. Typically, when you're enrolling in this plan, you have to go through a health screening process.
Now, Nicole, did your husband go through an interview process or a screening process to get this coverage?
Yes.
He did?
Yeah, I went through it all. I went through all of his doctors. His cancer from 20 years ago, I went through that, and why he has heart issues. I went through everything.
You listed that, but you listed that. Would that mean, John, if she listed it, that would be what they exclude then, right?
Yeah, but even if they were to accept it, but a lot of times, unfortunately, you get these non-Affordable Care Act qualified health insurance plans. And listen, I understand Affordable Care Act qualified health insurance plans are far from affordable for some people, for a lot of people. And so I get that. And so looking for other options that could be more affordable, again, I completely understand that. But you get into these plans and you're talking to agents who maybe aren't even here in Colorado. Maybe they are, but a lot of them aren't. They're Texas or some other, you put your information out online and start getting a bunch of phone calls, and they don't care. They're selling you a product. They're trying to get you into this health plan, whether or not
they're not the underwriter. They're just, their job is I'm trying to sell this plan and get you written up and I get paid.
Yeah, but Nicole,
and
did
so-
you hear that they don't cover pre-existing conditions? And if you listed the heart condition on there, they don't cover it. Do you have a copy of your policy?
I do.
Can
And
you
I also
send that to
have
us?
I can. The plan document and summary plan description for Employer Business Alliance. I have that. It is dated January 1st, 2023. There's no new one. So anything that I got from the broker that I got it from, it was only about their contract and what I pay, how to get rid of it if he gets another insurance plan.
Listen,
but I had to go online to DeTago's website.
Here's what I suggest.
And everything they have is old.
Here's what I suggest.
Yes. Well, I mean, what they're DeTago, real quick, Tom. DeTago, they've only been around since 2021, so they haven't been around very long either.
So here's what I would do. If Nicole, you guys may want to look at another plan seriously, because it looks like you're going to have nothing but trouble getting a pre-existing plan covered. It really does sound that way.
I don't think I can do anything until the open enrollment.
Can I step in? Can I step in real quick?
Go ahead.
So this is great for anybody who's listening right now. The state of Colorado, if you go on the Division of Insurance to their website, they have issued a disaster special enrollment period because of all the wildfires we've been having, and it's not been specified to people who've been directly impacted by fires. It's for the entire state. Anyone who is currently uninsured is able to a special enrollment period to buy an affordable care qualified health insurance plan now.
Wow.
Through September, I can't remember the specific
all right,
date.
we're running out of time. So, Nicole, the short answer is you can call IntegraInsurance.com. That's 303-466-5500. You don't have to wait. 303-466-5500. More after this.
Right now, we could all use some extra cash.
That's incredible. 466.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
That is big news.
I'll be right back.
I'm back. I can't find it.
It's just look on the youtube.com.
I did. I can't find it.
Oh my God.
I went to the day and time she said there's not even a moving call. It's the day we were talking about the guy that paid for diagnostics on his truck, and the guy never fixed it and had it forever.
That was the same day?
Well, that's what the complainer is saying.
Yeah, I think she got the date wrong.
Yeah, I don't know what date it would be then. I mean, she literally, well, you're looking at it. She says the exact date and time.
Yeah, I think she's
This
totally
is
wrong.
Denver's talk station.
That's the best it's ever sounded.
630
Hey,
KHAL.
Zach.
What's up?
Can you look on the 21st of July at 1:40? That's what she's saying.
Can do that. I'll see if I can find it.
It's a moving call about movers. I'm going to try the day after.
Well, why not the day before?
Let's see here. There really isn't the day before. It would be a weekend, it looks like.
Well, there's clearly a day before that's on a weekday.
Well, here's how our YouTube breaks it down. That would be 8 days ago. The 21st would be 8 days ago. We have 7 days ago, 8 days ago, then 11 days ago.
It's the 8 days ago one.
What's that?
These aren't dated. I'm looking at all these live broadcasts, and they're not dated.
It's just days ago.
Yeah.
To the one 8 days ago.
I did. I went to the one 8 days ago, and I don't even hear a moving call.
How come these aren't dated? What the hell?
And she's saying 140, so that would be the second one 8 days ago, and roughly 20 minutes before the end.
At 1:40 on YouTube?
No, 1:40 p.m.
Look. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's what it says. Dear Station Management, I am contacting you, the program directors of 630 KHOW, regarding a recent segment on the Troubleshooter Show hosted by Tom Martino. This aired on Tuesday, the 21st at approximately 1:40.
Oh, Mark, did you know there are...
So that is PM. At what time in the... Okay, I'll try and figure this out. 1 second.
What were you saying, D?
There are actually 2 videos for some reason. They're from 2 days ago.
And I look, yeah, because the first is the first hour of the show, and the audio was all fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is going to have the end of the show, including 1:40, if she has her times right.
All right, so I'm playing that.
But when you go 20 minutes before the ending of that one, or even, I mean, I kind of...
showing highway speeds through town as we start off your afternoon commute. Over on the northeast end, a crash on I-270 westbound after Vasquez has all cleared up.
I just thought of something. I wonder...
This is Marc Mager, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, Phil Corum, former mob muscle in Kansas City, shares the story of his miraculous redemption. You won't want to miss the next episode.
Okay, so let's try the other one.
American Stories.
Yeah, the shorter video from that date has no audio at all.
Yeah, but she's saying it would have been 20 minutes before the end of the show, so that video wouldn't even matter.
It's the shorter one. It's the second one or whatever. I'm trying to find that segment right now. It should be somewhere around, I don't know, like the 25-minute mark of that shorter video.
Saying it was, so she's crazy when she says 1:40.
No, so the trick there is she's saying the time.
Oh, I wonder if she meant, yeah, I took it to mean 1 p.m. and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
That's
what she's saying, 1:40 p.m. And so I had to figure out, like I had to correlate that to the YouTube video. So it's not 1-to-1. I'm trying to find roughly what she's talking about.
No, they can't even agree on how to look for it.
Well, he knows how to look for it. He just on the...
Somebody knows how to look for it, but there's disagreement among them.
He can't. Did you look on the YouTube?
I'm looking on the YouTube right now.
The first video, though, guys, or the shorter video, is the beginning of the show.
So this is when I was in the studio and Tom was at home.
I have Grok watching the video right now.
I found it.
What does it say?
Well, I haven't played it all yet. It starts at 25:42 because we're about to come back from break in 30 seconds, so I won't. The one that's 40 minutes long, 41 minutes long. 7 days ago, it's got one like. 25 minutes, 42 seconds. I haven't previewed it yet, but that's definitely the moving company call. That's where it starts.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, Major Marc Mager, and we are here to solve your problems and take your complaints, make your life just a little easier. We have DenverRegen.com with us today, DenverRegen.com, talking about stem cell therapy. We haven't gotten to that yet, but also peptide therapy, which they do a lot of right now. And then we're talking to Kana right now, who has an issue with mold, I'm told. Kana, what's going on?
It's Kayana, but
okay, Kayana, thank you very much for telling me that. I got it right now. Yeah, Kayana, okay.
Yeah. So I had I live in a condo, and my neighbor above me, I had no idea, had a leak in her pipe behind her water heater.
Okay.
And I found water on my porch one day, went out, cleaned it up, and within an hour it was back. So I started to move things around on my porch and realized it was coming from my water heater closet. So I opened the water heater closet, and it was covered in mold from top to bottom, and every type of mold possible. So I called a restoration company or a mitigation company. They came out and tore out the wall, the drywall, and did some drying because there was moisture and mold in both, because the water heater backs up to my daughter's bedroom.
Yeah.
It was in her room and it was in my living room.
Did you do an air quality test?
I did. Oh, I did that first because they recommended that, and the numbers were too high to even live there. So, they came in and did that after I had the air quality test.
Okay.
And did the little bit of work that they did. My insurance said, yeah, we'll cover that so we can get it started. And from the beginning, I said to my insurance, I don't want to file a claim under my insurance because I don't want to pay the deductible, and I don't want my premium to go up when I am not responsible for this. And I had no clue what was going on. So he's like, no, still file a claim. I think that's what we need to do. And he has been great in working with me. However, my insurance came out, denied the claim because it's been there for more than 2 weeks. And so it's a long-term problem, and it's mold, and it's my fault.
Right.
And
they're calling it a maintenance. They're calling it a maintenance issue rather than a sudden and accidental event.
And so then I mean, originally from the beginning was going after her insurance for liability because she is liable for this.
And did her insurance? What did her insurance say?
So the adjuster that I have been working with her insurance has been terrible the whole time. He said from the beginning, we will cut you one check. It's going to be for the least amount possible. I recommend you go through your insurance so you actually get things fixed. But we're not going to do anything more than the basic that we have to. We will cover nothing to do with mold. So you getting that test, we won't cover that. And anything that needs to be cleaned, we won't cover it. He's been terrible. I asked for a different adjuster. They denied
What company does she have? What company does she have?
She has State Farm.
Yeah, that makes sense. State Farm sucks, Kayana. They suck. They're terrible people.
It's been, and they're I can't get a hold of them. Nothing is coming out of this.
How much? Let me ask you this: how much are your total damages?
Well, I don't know the total yet. So what I have so far is the first bill that was about $3,000 for what the mitigation company did, the $1,800 mold report that I got, and they did I got a quote for just the mitigation for the rest of the house and the cleaning that needs to be done, and that is $26,000, and that doesn't include the rebuild. So my insurance has.
Are you kidding me? You have that much damage?
Yeah. And so my daughter and I haven't been living there for a month, and I'm so stuck, like in tears, because
Kayana, this is terrible.
We want to be home.
Okay, we have actually a deputy who has a similar problem from upstairs condo. In his condo, water, mold, and in fact, I'm just wondering where he is right now. I want to talk to him about it because he's going through the same thing. I don't know if you care about this or not, but you have a lawsuit against the woman upstairs. I mean, you could.
Right.
Now, did State Farm, her insurance, mention any kind of an amount that they're thinking about?
No, they have not told any amount. All that they did was told the mitigation company, they denied that they're going to do any of the work that he submitted.
What kind of mitigation? Tell me this. What kind of mitigation for $26,000? I mean, that sounds like a lot of money to me.
It's also the cleaning. They want to clean everything because I have a small condo, so everything's open. And the mold because it was in my daughter's room, so it's every single thing in her room. And my living room and kitchen are like combined. So they wanted to clean everything to get all of the mold done. So I'm pretty sure that's like the bigger portion of it, which is why State Farm's like, nope, has to do with mold. We're not covering it.
Who's the company you called to mitigate it?
It's Savvy.
Okay. I don't know them. Do you trust them? Are they good people?
As far as I know, so it was me posting a picture saying, does anyone have suggestions? I don't know what to do.
All right.
And
here's what we need. Well, we
need
to figure this out because their insurance company should cover all of your damages, including cleanup. I don't understand what this adjuster means when the adjuster says they're not going to include cleanup. What justification did he have for that?
He means any of the cleaning that has to do with mold.
Why?
But why? Because they will not cover anything that I know. And I said, but that's not my fault. It was outside, and I didn't know this was happening, nor did I know it was spreading to my living room and my daughter's room.
One of our people, Deputy Dimitri, listen, this woman, Kiana, lives in a condo. She noticed in her water heater closet mold, and it went all over her place eventually. It's going to be more than $30,000 in damages. It came from a leak upstairs, and her insurance, the one upstairs, says we're not paying for any extra stuff. We're only paying this. They're like thousands of dollars apart. Doesn't this mimic you exactly? Are you using your insurance or the guy upstairs?
Yeah, my own insurance. Because
why didn't you go after the guy upstairs?
Well, he made himself extremely difficult to find. The guy who lives up or owns the unit upstairs from me maintained he doesn't live there. It was a vacant unit. And he maintained a false address at the state assessor's or the city assessor's office. So I couldn't even find him. And so it took, he was nowhere to be found. And the association wouldn't give me his true and correct address, even if they had it.
Your insurance.
I went to my insurance. Now, the thing about the offending units, in this caller's case, the offending units owner's insurance company, what basis do they have for denying the damages?
Why are they saying they will only pay for some of it, Kiana?
So they said they would pay for the mitigation and the rebuild, but they would take into account how old everything in my place was, so they would not pay for brand new anything. They said that they will not pay for anything that has to do with mold. Well, mold spores are everywhere, and so I need it cleaned. And so part of my quote, a big portion.
Where are you located?
He will not cover it.
Where are you located, Kiana?
It's technically Denver. Denver,
this is right up Paragon Insurance Services alley. This is right up Matt's alley.
But Paragon can't go over after the other guy's insurance because she doesn't have a contract with them.
Oh, you're right.
It's not going to be bad faith.
Yeah.
See, if it was your own company, it would be bad faith. But you can't go after another person's insurance company for bad faith.
So, Tom, she might have a couple of choices here then. She can pursue the other unit owner, right, for the damages that caused, or she can make a claim on her own policy,
right?
In which case, but you know what? Her own policy, like mine, is probably limited to $5,000 in mold mitigation.
So I've already done a claim with mine, and they've denied it.
Well, hold on. Who is your insurance? Who is your insurance company?
I have Allstate.
That's another. My God, two of the worst companies: State Farm and Allstate. Yeah. Now, listen. On what basis did Allstate? Oh, they said because it was there 30 days.
Probably because it took her too long to notice the damage.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
So they're saying it wasn't sudden and accidental.
Yes.
Wait a
exactly.
minute, 2 weeks? 2 weeks sounds like sudden and accidental.
Okay, hold on a second. We need to get a couple people on. We want to help you any way we can. You hang on. Hey, Axe, try to get Compass back on, okay? Try to get him back on. I got to ask him a question. And then Matt from Paragon Services, who's a public adjuster, see if you can get him too. Okay, we're going to go to Linda right now with a question for Dr. Joel Cherdak, DenverRegen.com. Linda, what is your question?
Well, I have three. Real quick, anything new with Parkinson's, promising for Parkinson's?
So we do treat a number of Parkinson's patients with stem cell infusions. We do a combination of using umbilical cord derived stem cells and combining that with exosomes, which help to reduce the symptoms of Parkinson's and slow the progression of it. So that's the treatment that we have for Parkinson's patients specifically.
Okay, so if someone in the family has saved stem cells, can you use those, or is it the person that has the Parkinson's?
No, we have to use umbilical cord derived stem cells that we get from a manufacturer. The problem is with the filtering. So you can't inject your own stem cells into your bloodstream because of a risk of embolism. But when we use, we don't do same person, same stem cell. We use umbilical cord derived stem cells because they've been cleaned of the clotting factors. So you don't run that risk. So the short answer to your question is no, we use umbilical cord derived stem cells.
Okay. The next thing is peptides for fissures.
For what?
Peptides for fissures?
Fissure.
Yes,
F-I-S-S-U-R-E-S.
So the BPC 157 and the TB 500, which come combined together, would be the best for promoting epithelial cell healing. So healing the skin.
What is a fissure?
Fissure is like a crack that you can get in your skin.
Okay.
And it's it can stay persistent and be really uncomfortable. Then you get them usually in.
Do they work? Do the peptides work for those?
It's going to work in healing and speeding recovery and healing. So theoretically, yes, it should work to heal those as much as anything else would.
Okay, I got to take a quick break, Linda. If you have any other questions, you can hang on. And then we're trying to get some answers for Kiana. So hang on. I'm Tom Martino with more coming up.
8 Joe Pags coming up. Fauci faced senators and claimed the Fifth Amendment. It's something he doesn't have the right to do because he can't incriminate himself after the pardon. We'll break that down. Plus, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr and more on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
14 days is like that.
All right, let's talk about Fix It 24/7. The name says it all. Fix It. They want to fix things. They don't just want to replace things. They're not there to sell you something. They're there to fix it. But if you do need something, or if anyone ever suggests you need something, they do free second opinions. And also, this special for $39 can't be beat. If you want to see your air conditioner work at its top, its peak efficiency, get the Extreme Clean Tune and Check for $39. If you've never had it done, it's just $39. They take it apart, they refurbish it, they clean every nook and cranny, they put it back together, tune and check it. FixMyHome.com. Book now, just $39. Add life and efficiency to your AC. Avoid costly breakdowns. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com.
You know, the closer you get to retirement, the more important it becomes to have some form of a guarantee. Imagine having a check show up in your bank account every single month, just like a paycheck when you were working. Well, there's products out there that do that. You can convert part of your IRA and buy certain annuities that not only have a 21% bonus that starts working from day one, but also include long-term care, and then, of course, that guarantee that you will never outlive that money. You're going to absolutely love some of these products. I want you to reach out to Joseph Chiano and talk to him about it. Go to mymoneymyway.com. That's mymoneymyway.com. So, guys, after all the research,
what
I found out is it wasn't Tom nor me. I'm pretty sure it was Dimitri.
Oh my God.
Oh. So, God, this is like Dimitri.
Did you see what the call screener said? What Zach found?
Yeah. So Mark 0.
Go ahead
Dimitri,
and play it, Zach. Play it for us.
Play it for us right now. The guy takes money, and then when they go to deliver it, they take money, and it's usually triple what they first estimated. This broker that you hired is the broker out of South Florida?
Yes, it is.
My God.
Is he Israeli?
Yeah, so they hired.
See, Dimitri in the background.
Yeah, that's not how I make Mark's voice. I have a totally different Mark voice.
You know, the funny part is, it is so well documented that almost all those moving scams
Israeli
come out of there.
I'm going to make that my new ringtone. So Mark 0, Dimitri 2,777.
My God.
Is he Israeli?
I'm
going to put up a poll.
I'm tired of being right all the time.
I'm putting up a poll right now.
Mark, no more. I got to take a break from being tired so much. I've had enough winning for now.
All right, people, I want you to answer this very honestly. And remember, I see how you're voting.
I know where you live.
All right, let's see. This is it. People, I want you to be very, very honest in this one.
Oh, jeez. I'm going to report this poll.
Well, the good news is, no matter what, Tom took the hit.
Oh, man.
I guess what drives me crazy is if you really do research it, they're all
I know,
at
Mark.
Israel.
That's
In fact,
why I have no problem with answering them. I'm going to answer them and tell them that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no, I mean, you know, it's just a fact that every
Yep.
single one of them.
Well, not only that, the FBI, the DOJ, who else here? The DOT and numerous other U.S. authorities have investigated multiple rings, and they're all Israeli linked.
Yeah. Yeah.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast. This is Marc Mager, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, we'll share the forgotten story of one of the most important.
Well, once again, YouTubers, smart people, 100%, 100% say Dimitri. 100%.
Hello, Tom Martino here. By the way, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, is the best broker you could ever use. He sells for more money, shorter time span than anyone. He can prove it as a consistent performer. He is actually a RE/MAX Lifetime Achievement Award winner. He's been 30 plus years in the business. He does outbound marketing on all his listings, and he sells most of his own listings. Be skeptical of brokers who say you should, ask so much money or a lot of money, even though you think, well, I want to go with the guy that's going to ask the most money. It doesn't mean you're going to get the most money. And he can show you real life examples. He prices homes to get multiple offers and bidding wars. And he sells more homes quicker and for more money than others. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Now, let's talk about this issue with mold coming up. But the problem here is that the sudden and accidental, most policies do have writing in there that actually give a time span. What were you going to say?
Oh, no, I was just nodding my head that 2 weeks really does sound like sudden and accidental.
No, but right? Actually, can you talk about this as in another life? You know a lot about this stuff. You really do.
I had a bad water loss at my own condominium, so I had to deal with a lot of this stuff myself. But
what do they say?
Well, it was sudden and accidental because I noticed it as it was happening. But there's typically language in a lot of insurance policies that define sudden and accidental as a maximum of 14 days. So when if they determine that 14 days, it's been longer than 14 days, they can deny the claim.
Okay, let me go to Brian Burns from Compass Insurance. Brian, Kiana noticed this leak coming from the upstairs condo. She went into her water heater closet, and it was filled with mold. Now, Kiana, how did they determine that this leak had been going on more than 2 weeks? How did they determine that?
So from the pictures that I had of the mold in the water heater closet, and also how wet it was in my daughter's room, in her closet, on the floor, and in my living room.
So they said you waited too long to report it.
Yeah.
And Brian, her insurance is turning down, her own insurance is turning it down, saying it wasn't sudden and accidental. What do you think about that? Is Brian up, guys? Can you?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Go ahead, Brian. Yes, Brian.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying first thing I would do is look at the policy or I could even read it for her, but some policies define the time frame for sudden and accidental, and some don't. Some just say it's been a repeated amount of seepage over weeks, months, years, that kind of thing. But I would like to see what her time frame is. The other thing I'd like to see is a lot of policies now have a sub-limit for seepage coverage, which is just exactly what we're talking about here, where it's something that occurs over a longer period of time. A lot of policies exclude it, but some policies have kind of a buyback for it. So she might get it there. But the fact that they're saying they're not going to want to cover it is not surprising. This happens all the time. It's a consistent problem that people have, is that insurance companies push back and say, hey, this is not something that's sudden and accidental.
No, but what I don't understand, Brian, is how do they even know she waited more than 2 weeks? Kiana, you still haven't mentioned, how would they know that you waited more than 2 weeks? How can they tell from the photos that it's been going on more than 2 weeks? How can they tell that?
They said the extent, the amount of mold there was, tells them that it was longer than 2 weeks, and that you don't get numbers like that in that short amount of time.
Okay. So they said they have reason to believe it's existed a while, and therefore they're not going to cover it. This is your own company.
And this is an arguable theory, by the way. I mean, this is not the gospel, right? I mean, they're guessing, and they're trying to guess in their own favor.
Yeah, I mean, that's subjective for sure. I mean, what you would want is something on your side that says that an expert believes that it is been less than that amount of time. This is more sudden.
Now, what about the upstairs? That person, their insurance says, which is State Farm, they tell Kiana, we're only going to pay for some of it, but not for the mold. Because are they saying you didn't discover it in time too? What are they saying, Kiana? What's the reason they will only pay for some of the work?
They said that they'll pay for any of like the damage and fixing that, but they do not and will not cover anything related to mold because of it being something that I should have found earlier.
Okay, so they're saying the same thing. They're saying the same thing,
Exactly.
that you have an obligation to mitigate your losses, and you didn't. Therefore, the extra damages, so to speak, the mold and stuff, they don't feel responsible for. Brian, have you heard of that before?
Absolutely. Yep. I have definitely heard of that. I've dealt with things exactly like what she's dealing with, where there's water damage from up above. In the case that I'm thinking of that I dealt with more recently, it really had been sitting for a long period of time. She just hadn't noticed it. And so it was a harder one to argue. They flat out refused to pay for the mold portion of the claim.
Yeah, that's what they're doing with her. And she, it probably in all reality, it probably was a long time happening.
Right.
And so that insurance company above the other person's insurance company is flatly refusing. Now, what portion of the repairs and mitigation will be the cleaning? Do you know how much that'll cost, Kiana?
I have not separated what the cleaning cost versus the rest would cost. But the mitigation company that came in, he didn't even give me the rebuild quote yet because State Farm was denying even doing what he had already quoted them. So he hasn't even given me the rest of the cost of what it would be. So I'm at almost $31,000 now.
Wait a minute.
The rebuild.
But how do you mean that State Farm rejected even, you said State Farm was going to pay for the rebuilding and the fixing, right?
Right. And that's what he told me. And that's what I don't understand. And so I called you to just see, I don't know what I need to be doing. I do know I am at the point of I'm going to need a lawyer. I didn't want to ruin the relationship with the neighbor above, but I don't have the money to fix this. And my daughter and I want to be back in. But I do know I'm at that point now because it is State Farm they've been terrible from the beginning, but now they won't even respond when I'm trying to talk to them and I can't get answers from them. They just told the company that was going to do the work that they're not going to cover it is all that.
Well, wait a minute. They're not going to cover. They will cover some of it, as I understand it, right? Some of it.
They should. Yeah. Yeah. But then they told the company, and that's what I don't understand, how you can say you're going to flat out not cover it when you've told me that you would cover all of the mitigation and the rebuild. You just wouldn't cover anything to do with mold. Well, a portion of that is what you've told me you're going to cover, but now they're telling that company they won't cover any of it.
So now you're being, you're going to, Kiana, you're not going to like this. You need to find an attorney. We need to help you, and you need to sue the person upstairs. That's because they're right. Brian, I don't see any other way out of this. Do you?
I don't either. And unless we could get her insurance to respond and then they can subrogate, but are they claiming no coverage for anything that's happened down there outside the mold? They're not covering anything?
Right. Her insurance.
That's what I don't understand is because they should have. And this is another reason I think I need a lawyer is I told my insurance from the beginning I didn't want to file the claim under mine because I didn't want to pay my deductible and I didn't want my premium to go up. But they said, we'll take care of you and we'll go after State Farm. So I thought, okay, great. Then that helps me. Well, once they had an adjuster come out, as in my insurance had an adjuster come out and decided that they were going to deny it, Allstate was like, well, we can't help you anymore.
Right.
And I'm like, well, now
I want
I'm
you
out.
to hold on. I have a couple ideas, Kiana. Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. Of course, we thank you very much for being on. They're great people. 303-996-9000 for a free insurance checkup. 303-996-9000. Kiana, hold on, all right? I got some ideas coming up right after this.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. Denver's talk station. An iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human. Now, Impact Traffic.
Over on the southwest end of town, C470 eastbound, a crash in the right lane between Ken Carroll Road and Kipling Parkway. A lot going on here. Multiple vehicles involved at the moment, only a right lane block. I've seen a couple minutes of delays there.
Yeah, I got it.
Otherwise, pretty quiet drive. I-25 north and southbound, showing highway speeds through town for the most part. Some stop and go on northbound I-25 into downtown. Pretty typical for the afternoon drive. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Monty Montgomery, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, one man shares a story of how hawking hot dogs at MLB games changed his life. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
All right, I want to brag a little about my company, Martino Capital. Listen, I've been on the radio nearly 50 years fighting for consumers, okay? For liars, cheats, and ripoffs. Now I'm turning my attention to the investment advisory field. Now, I'm not saying you're getting ripped off, but what I'm saying is you can get a higher level of service from Martino Capital because most investment advisors place your money with other advisors that are large and they put you in generic or cookie cutter portfolios. What we do at Martino Capital is manage your investments directly alongside my own. We're a fiduciary advisor, legally required to put your interests first. So what we do is babysit your account. We do reviews for people free of charge. Listen, you can do it just out of curiosity, but every person we've reviewed has chosen to go with martinocapital.com. Find out why. 303-771-HELP. 303-771-4357.
You know what sets...
You have to do what?
See you over there.
Yeah, I'll see you there. Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is weird.
It's always fun.
So what did the poll say? It was Dimitri? My God.
Is he Israeli?
Oh, yeah. Now he took my words. Oh, my God. That's weird. Did you do that, Mark? You son of a bitch.
Oh, no, I played that back. That's just the clip of Mark saying it again.
Oh, I thought that was me saying it again.
Yes, it is.
My God.
Is he Israeli?
Oh, that's him. Hey, how much time do I have, Zach?
4 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Oh, man. We got quite a bit of information, and I'm glad we're talking about something. I still I didn't know you cared if they knew you were about insurance or not.
No, I don't care.
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Kiana, here's where we're going to start, at least. I need you to call Paragon Services. Paragon Services, the guy is a public adjuster, okay? And his name is Matt. He's a public adjuster. What a public adjuster does is they go after claims for consumers against their own insurance company. And in some cases, in a lot of cases, he's able to get a lot of money settled, and he takes a small percentage. Now, listen, he also can recognize bad faith, which could really turn on the fountain if he feels this is bad faith on the part of your insurance company. I would not take the rejection from your insurance company as gospel until I check with Matt at Paragon Services. I want you to take down this number and call him, because really, I don't think your insurance company should turn down the entire claim. It just doesn't seem fair. And he can parse through that and give you an opinion. So his number is 719-726-0020. Did you get that? Is she still there?
Yes.
Okay. So
Thank you.
Okay. Now, we're going to start there, but I'm also going to mark this pending. I also want to be looking for an attorney for you in case you have to sue the neighbor upstairs. But I want to take it one step at a time. You're getting the screw jobs, man. This is terrible, Kiana, the way you're being treated. And especially with State Farm being so haughty, these people, if they think they're going to get away with it, they're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. And if you file a lawsuit against the person upstairs, they're going to cry like crazy to their insurance company. And believe me, it'll change a lot. And in fact, Matt might have a great name of an attorney as well. So I want you to start. It's Mark Stanford. And his number is 719-726-0020. Now, listen, I want you to call us back, and I will absolutely remember it. I have all your notes here, and we'll take it one step at a time, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want you to take the first steps. Okay, James, you have a question for Dr. Joel Cherdak, DenverRegen.com. Go ahead.
Hi, I have a question, two-part question. I was wondering if peptides or stem cell stuff would be good. I had foot surgery a couple years ago, tore a tendon on the bottom side of my left foot. They replaced it with a cadaver. Ever since then, I can't get my heel to go down flat. It's always up an inch to an inch and a half, which really messes with walking and balancing especially. And, of course, when I'm standing, because my heel won't go down flat from that surgery, it's very uncomfortable on my right side. And then the second part of this question is, does the peptides or stem cells help in recovery of a knee replacement? I'm having a knee replacement in October because I'm bone on bone, no injuries at all. It's just age. I'm 71 and very good health, but that knee needs to be replaced. Those are my questions.
Well, I'm going to start by answering your second question first. So with respect to the knee replacement, have you explored stem cell therapy for that? And the reason that I ask is because we have patients that have been told that they have bone-on-bone arthritis and their only solution is a joint replacement, and we treat them with stem cell therapy all the time and get great results and allow them to avoid having surgery. So have you actually explored that avenue?
I have a little bit, and I have a second opinion coming up on my knee in a week, but the first I went to the Stedman Hawkins Clinic in Vail, got all the pictures, everything on my knees, and they basically, said, yeah, because you have no injuries or anything, it's just part of getting old. It's kind of bone on bone. I do have a little arthritis in both knees. That's kind of, they said we would recommend stem cell if you had injuries or something to do it, but they felt that because it's kind of becoming bone on bone, that the stem cell surgery or that application wouldn't do any good. So like I said, I'm going to get a second opinion anyway.
Yeah, I would definitely, if you're not talking to our clinic, talk to another stem cell clinic, because what you're describing is something that we treat on a regular basis. Is probably the most common thing that we do on a monthly basis. So that I would recommend looking into for sure to avoid going through the whole process of having a knee replacement.
I thought, the stem cell stuff and everything, from everything I've learned and talked to people about, is great for injuries or surgeries to fix injuries. I've never had an injury on my knee.
No, we treat degenerative arthritis. I would say more than half of the procedures we do are treating straight degenerative arthritis, not as a result of an injury. And then on your other question regarding using peptides to help with the post-surgical ankle issue, it might help. BPC 157 injected directly into that area could help, but you're also going to need some physical therapy, because what it sounds like is that new ligament is just not stretching enough.
Well, I've done a ton of physical therapy on it, and the bottom line is whatever nerve damage in there is not, telling the muscles to let my foot go down flat. I got some numbness on the top of my foot, but the foot won't go flat no matter what kind of physical therapy I went to. I mean, the heel. People refer to it as drop foot, but drop foot's more in the front of your foot. This is just flat out from that surgery. The heel just won't go down. Period, no matter what you do. And I've had a lot of physical therapy.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that peptides could help with the nerve transmission, but it sounds like they might have severed something or did something in the surgery that caused some damage there.
Yeah, well, and I understand any time you have surgery, you're messing with nerves, tendons, and muscles, so you never know.
Right. But yeah, I would recommend, reaching out to us and just having a free consultation regarding both the knee issue and the ankle issue for potential stem cell procedures, because the stem cell can regenerate nerve. Damaged nerve can be regenerated with stem cell therapy, a lot better than a peptide's going to be able to heal that. But the knee for sure, especially if you're getting that in both knees, we do both knees at the same time all the time, which is something obviously you can't do with surgery. Right. So I would recommend looking into that. And as far as costs go, it's probably not going to cost you much more than the knee replacement surgery is going to cost you out of pocket, without the rehabilitation and without the, having to take and put a whole new joint in your knee. And once you do that, that's it. You can't do anything else. So it's
I got to take this break though. I hope you got the answers. We got to take this quick break right after this. We got more.
Now, impact traffic.
Over on the southwest end of town, C470 eastbound, a crash in the right lane between Ken Carroll Road and Kipling Parkway. A lot going on here. Multiple vehicles involved at the moment, only a right lane block. I've seen a couple minutes of delays there. Otherwise, pretty quiet drive. I-25 north and southbound, showing highway speeds through town for the most part. Some stop and go on northbound I-25 into downtown. Pretty typical for the afternoon drive. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Monty Montgomery, producer of Our American Stories. In our next episode, we'll share the forgotten story of one of the most important turning points in Abraham Lincoln's life. A frontier wrestling match. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Oh, man, I love talking about great companies. I've known Jay Bretz for years and years. His son Henry's now working with him, taking over Excel Roofing. Excel as an excellent, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. What they do is always benefit to the consumer, because they don't require you to sign anything or to sign a contract for them to examine your roof, whether it's for hail damage or you just need to replace a roof, maybe buying or selling a house. By the way, you can get the price of that roof on the front page of their website, excelroofing.com. They don't take a cent until you're content, and they don't have any penalty clauses if you change your mind. They do everything to make sure that the consumer benefits, and they do beautiful work. They've done roofs for my houses. 303-761-6400, excelroofing.com. Another great company that is GreatWesternBuildings.com. Do you know that Great Western Buildings is a true steel building manufacturer, a factory right here in Grand Junction, Colorado? You know what? There are a lot of liars and thieves in this business that say they represent a factory when they really don't. So if you get people from Great Western Buildings, you know it's the real deal. 100% American steel, guaranteed for life. Whether you want a giant mall or a church or a warehouse or just a garage, a barn, a workshop, they can do it all direct to the consumer. GreatWesternBuildings.com.
If you run a business.
Man, we're getting quite a few questions for you coming up here, bro. Hi, Tom Martino here. Let's talk to Stephanie. Stephanie, you have a question for Dr. Joel Cherdak, DenverRegen.com. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Yes, I was just curious if a peptide would work with someone with a fistula.
If it was, what was that question again?
If the peptides would work for someone with a fistula.
A fistula. Will it work?
So, that depends on how bad the fistula is. A lot of fistulas have to be surgically repaired. For a small fistula that's already healing on its own, yes, it's going to, but not if it's a larger one.
DenverRegen.com. We got more coming up tomorrow.
Follow Tom Martino.
All right, man. Thank you.
Good one.
Okay, I got to stop the stream.